Hello world, and welcome to Model Kit Monday. Today we're going to finish up the build of the SMP Dairenoh set with the final box of three, containing SeiTenma and SeiKirin, or the Pegasus Thundersword and Griffin Thundersword, I think it is, from Dairanger / MMPR Season 2. You kind of know how this goes by now. On the side of the box is Dairenoh. The side of the box is the Tinku Kirin, or the Thundersword Assault Team in English, replicating both the individual boxes. And of course, on the side is the Kirinju, and this side is the Kirinju when showing how they combine. Alright, I'm not going to beat around the bush. You know how this goes, and it's kind of late, so let's just go ahead and build this baby. As soon as that camera comes on. There we go. Take a picture for posterity, just to see that I did. Alright, let's get you open. Are my bags of stuff. Let's get this open. Put my stand off to the side. I don't do that right now. Two different blades. Dioken, whatever it is. Maybe it's Dairanger. Since these two form the legs of the combined robot, they're going to be fairly similar constructions to each other. One difference is some coloration and the fact that on, say, Kirin, the head bends backwards, the neck faces backwards, while on, say, Tenma it points forwards. That's about it. I'd also they're physically different shapes also, but you know what I mean. Maybe you know what I mean. I don't know. I know what I mean. That's all that matters. This is that I know what I mean. Let's get these arranged. A, B, C. Lots of black in this one. All right. And for tonight's entertainment, it's going to be probably just YouTube.
Before we begin, thank you very much to Dagoth TJ welcomes you, sweet Naravar, to this place where toy reviews are made, for joining the Patreon campaign. I had to look that up to see what that was a reference of, just to make sure I wasn't doing anything that would break TOS, because I don't know what you people would put. I don't know, I have to watch out sometimes. It's just Elder Scrolls references. But thank you for letting me be cheesy and hammy and choose some scenery before we begin today's video. Thank you very much. Quick little announcement on the side here. I think it's very clear we were over 800 when we crossed the first of the month. So at some point, yes, after I finally get back to my Prime episode reviews, I need to also review RID 2001. So there's another 26 videos that you are guaranteed because you guys supported me so much. I thank you for that. The next goal is at the 1,000 mark. It's going to be the return of random review as YouTube shorts, and it will be the return of cartoon reviews as new style content for the channel. So, hoping that does well. Hoping you guys want that, because I'd love to do those numbers, so I don't have to get a third job. So let's move on. Let's actually talk about today's topic, which is a Patreon request, by the way. This one was a weird one. So the technical level of the request is, what if Megatron in G1 was a different Diaclone toy? Which is kind of difficult when so many of the Diaclone Transformers are already claimed. You know, most of the molds for Diaclone that were viable for Transformers were used for Transformers. So it was I wasn't sure how to exactly approach it, because there really wasn't any good options with the request the way it laid. So ultimately I decided there's two ways to handle this. There is A, we pick from the very few scraps of Diaclone and Microman that is, and Micro Change that is left. Or we imagine if the original Megatron toy wasn't a gun and it was a hypothetical Diaclone toy that doesn't actually exist. So basically, we're going to take a look at what if Megatron wasn't a gun in G1, because that does have a lot of implications to it. So for starters, like I said, we would have to pick something from Diaclone that had not been picked for Transformers yet. And in that, we are exceptionally limited. Most Diaclone toys were exceptionally large figures before the line that eventually became Transformers. They were large spaceship vehicles that turned into robots, or they were multiple spaceship vehicles that combined into a robot, and it was far more Sentai in how it was designed, and far closer to that in play pattern. Now, a lot of those older Diaclone toys, especially like first-year Diaclone, they really do kind of depend on having a lot of those little pilot figures, which Transformers wasn't using at all. So a lot of the toy would be superfluous if they used any of those. And anything like, the one you see on screen here, does have a spaceship mode, but it doesn't really fit the aesthetic they're going for in Transformers, and it really wouldn't have been easy to work into any cartoon fiction. So I think all of those are out. But if we're talking about ones that were viable for Transformers, that were actually available in 1983, it's a key point here. Like, it had to be available in time for them to develop the entirety of the character and the fiction behind Transformers, get them animation models made, get them sent off to the studios, and then get the cartoon animated. That's a lot. That's a lot, right? So what do we need here? What were available? If we just think off the top of my head, the train bots were available. They were not going to do the train bots in America. Kids in America do not care about trains the way kids in Japan care about trains. So that's just a cultural difference. That's why train bots never came out here in G1. You had, jump starters that eventually came out, but they are earlier Diaclones, so technically they were available, but you're never going to make the Diaclone jump starters villains of anything. So that is not really viable. I mean, it really is very, very little. It's very little that is left. You're talking about like making Soundwave the leader of the Decepticons, which the symbol's based on his head. That almost makes sense. But there's only one option for like complete. There's only a couple options for like completely unused toys in Microchange, Microman, Diaclone, that whole range that maybe would have worked. One of them was an unreleased triple changer. This is actually a neat little figure. It was the Diaclone triple changer that never made it to America. And you can kind of see why. Like, it doesn't look as solid or as clean as, the likes of Astro Train and Blitzwing. Also, Mask, when they did the triple changers, Mask was a thing. So having another blue jet that turned into a helicopter might have caused a little bit of a legal issue. Either way, it is super bizarre that a fully working, transforming triple changer toy was done in Diaclone that never made it to America. Never made it to Transformers at all. It's just kind of weird. It's like a lost cousin of the entire toy line. That said, I believe it was a 1984 release, one of the very last Diaclone toys that came out before the whole line was scrapped in favor of Transformers. So this one probably was not available. I just like talking about it because it's a neat toy. The only other ones that would have been available would have ironically been the other Gunformers. So one of them, Browning, eventually did come out during Master Force, so they made use of that one. And then it came down to the two that were almost Megatron. So we got the Walther P-38. That was the one that eventually was chosen, of course. But then we had this one, which was the Magnum Robo. This one, I will admit, they picked correct. Because like as much as like a Magnum's like that's kind of like a classic American gun, it is not nearly as good looking, I think, as the Megatron we got. So I think they made the right choice here. But let's imagine just for a second what the implications would have been if they had chosen this version of the toy rather than the Walther P-38. So for starters, you've got obviously a drastically different color scheme, primarily black with brown accent rather than gray with black and red accent. So you got a completely different vibe. It's still a villain's color scheme, right? Like, it's still the color scheme you would expect out of a bad guy. But that does change a lot of implications going forward. It does mean that any of those dark shadow, nemesis, etc. repaints that we got over the years from Megatron, all of that would have been standard. Our animated Megatron may have very well looked like this one on screen right now. Now, that's just, that's a minor difference thing, but it would have been widespread. Imagine that going across every Megatron toy where it was black and brown was the primary color scheme rather than, the traditional grays. So, even to the movie line, imagine all the movie Megatrons done up in much darker shades, closer to how he looked in The Last Knight, actually. That would have been the norm. And it's an unusual thing to think about. But that is just coloration difference that just kind of affects Megatron. The irony here is that this would have had more sweeping repercussions than you might have realized. So, for instance, let's take the case of Skywarp. Now, I love Skywarp. Black and purple is an iconic color combination for a Decepticon. And I think of all the original Seekers, I think he looks the coolest just based on color scheme alone. That said, unlike Starscream and Thundercracker, there is no such thing as a Diaclone Skywarp. It is a color scheme entirely invented for the Transformers line. So, they could have made it anything they wanted. Now, if the original Megatron had ended up being that revolver and primarily black, most likely they're going to try to create variety on the toy shelf, especially considering it's the leader of the villain faction. They probably wouldn't have chosen black for Skywarp's color scheme, meaning we would have had a completely different third Seeker. Now, in my head, you're trying to avoid the bluish shades of Thundercracker as much as you can, so I wouldn't foresee him as, like, a green, for instance, which was, like, my first go-to thought. Just make him a green Seeker. So, like, Acid Storm might have been a thing early on. Acid Storm would have been named Skywarp. Interestingly enough. my brain would think if you're trying to push as far away as possible and then get colorization that wasn't represented in the Decepticons at the time, you're probably looking more at the yellow and orange shades. He might have come out looking a lot closer to Sunstorm. That is a distinct possibility. Now, in a what-if scenario like this, we really can't imagine what the alternate third Seeker would be, or even if they would have thought of the name Skywarp if his color wasn't black and purple. We might have had a character named Sunstorm in proper G1 if that's what they thought the character should have been called, if it was a brighter colored character than what we got. So, maybe not, we don't know. But it's fascinating to think about. We would be out an iconic Decepticon if they had chosen the different mold for Megatron. Obviously, they could have changed the color, but considering they stuck to the Diaclone colors of everybody else, fair to bet that they would not have changed the Magnum Robo's color scheme. Because keep in mind, Transformers was kind of a budget cash-in toy line because they were borrowing molds that had already been designed and developed and made. So it was originally kind of a cheap way of releasing toys in America. So odds are they really just wanted to run the production line again, except we're going to throw in Autobot and Decepticon stickers. It's probably the only thing they really wanted to change. So that's not surprising. That's not surprising for a toy line like that. So I definitely think, like, yeah, they would have kept the original Magnum Robo's colors, and we would have gotten Skywarp in probably a much brighter color scheme. It would probably to avoid the black. Or he might have been the one with the neutral gray color scheme. That would have been weird too. Speaking of, you know what we would never see today if the Magnum Robo had gotten chosen instead? We'd never see a gray Megatron. Remember, it's Hasbro. It's a toy company. They want bright, vibrant colors that kids are going to look at and want their parents to buy for them. They would never get it into their heads to make the main character all gray, because that would die a death at retail if it wasn't the name Megatron, if it wasn't such a legacy character. To go and, like, I come up with a color with the brain of, like, oh, well, we need to repaint this guy. How about no color whatsoever? Like black and white newspaper look. How about that? We'll just make that his whole thing. They would never do that. So you're looking at more commonly, probably like purple. You'd probably be looking at a whole run of purple Megatrons even before Galvatron became a thing. I didn't even consider what implications this might have had on Galvatron. Color scheme, he probably would have looked the same, but he wouldn't have the arm cannon because Magnum Robo doesn't have an arm cannon. He probably would have been differently shaped because he's a very different design. All right, so like I said, there's like a lot of implications just to changing what figure there was. But if he stays the same gun, I think a lot of the logic that happened over the years would still take place. The change in alt modes, etc. So speaking of that, let's do that. Let's change the alt mode. Let's take this concept in the opposite direction. What if there was a Diaclone toy that was just a straight up tank? What if that was the direction they went in, and they had that available to make into Megatron in 1984? So if that happens, first off, a lot of the things in the fiction actually do change. There's a weird thing with Megatron's alt mode having to be held by somebody else to use. That's always been like a weird thing of contention in the fandom, or if it makes sense or not, if it was actually cool or if it was dumb. But there are implications beyond just like letting Starscream handle his leader while wanting to actively betray his leader. For instance, there were 3 occasions where Optimus Prime actually worked together with Megatron and wielded him in gun mode. They're actually pretty classic moments because they're always up against some kind of threat that is bigger than either of them, and Megatron is willing to work with Optimus for the sake of self-preservation. And it does create some pretty iconic scenery, seeing the two leaders of the factions working together. It's also 3 of the rare times you actually see Megatron in his alt mode, ironically being handled by Optimus. So these scenes do not happen at all. And some episodes would be completely different altogether. Keep in mind, the episode roll for it, the whole solution, the reason the Autobots won that episode was because Megatron was specifically a gun that could be altered to fire and turn on the other Decepticons. That doesn't happen if he's autonomous. So there's whole stories that would be different just because his alt mode was different. We wouldn't have been blessed with Generation 2 Megatron. We probably, just like a lot in G1, we would have gotten a reissue or in G2 of the Megatron toy, probably extra accessories, a little bit of tweaking to the color scheme to look a little bit different, but just like Optimus, Bumblebee, and Starscream, I think it would stay very close to the original because they wanted to keep the iconography of the character intact. So it'd still be a gray tank, but it would definitely have some kind of 90s flourish to it. You know, probably a soundbox attachment like Optimus got. And G2 Megatron in that gloriously odd green and purple camo would not exist. Which also means Megastorm in Beast Wars 2 also probably wouldn't have existed. So that creates an entire other, like, scenario there, right? Likely Megatron would have gotten redesigned just like Optimus Prime did, and that would have been Megastorm, like a modernized version of his original tank body. And maybe it would have looked similar to this, probably not with the greens, but we might have gotten the equivalent of a laser Megatron if the tank mode had been a thing back then. That said, if Megatron was a tank from the beginning, if that was a Diaclone toy that was available and that is what he was, I think we would miss out on what makes Megatron so good as a villain for Transformers over the last 4 decades, and that's the adaptability of the character. Because he is originally a gun, all of the Megatrons since then have had to work around that and create their own identities. It's why we've gotten such absurd Megatron concepts as we did in the Unicron trilogy. It's why movie Megatron got to be basically anything he wanted. Because the idea of Optimus and Starscream are and like even Bumblebee to an extent, are cemented, right? Optimus is a semi-truck. He might be long-nosed or flat-nosed, but he's a semi-truck. Starscream is a jet. You know, he's a fighter jet. Bumblebee is, you know, your little, like, cute little bug, or he's a sports car, one or the other. And that's kind of set in stone. And if Megatron was a tank, that would be set in stone as well as your big 4 of the franchise. But because they can't set his alt mode in stone, it lets him be malleable. It lets the villain of the franchise adapt to whatever would suit the story best and whatever would work best for that particular fiction and period of time. You know, so when we go to Prime and we're going off the movie logic of Megatron wouldn't scan in Earth mode because it would be inferior and he has no reason to hide. That informs Transformers Prime to make him a spaceship and leave him that way. So he never takes an Earth mode. He never turns into a normal jet or anything. And it allows them to do a lot more with Megatron than if he was just stuck as a tank. You know, that allows us, and because we are used to Megatron changing all the time, which gives way to things like Armada Megatron having completely different depictions and not being stuck in the same gray tank motif that would have been true if Megatron's original toy had been a tank. I really think it led to something really good in that Transformers' main villain could constantly evolve while the hero remained steadfast and true to his original depiction. So it comes across like a Megatron over the multiverse, constantly trying to find a form and a way to like match up and one-up Optimus Prime, but never quite managing to do it. And again, it lets you do with Megatron what needs to be done with him for each and every story. And I think that makes it extremely unique and probably a good thing that Megatron has to change all the time. There is one casualty, though. There is going to be one casualty if Megatron's original toy had been some hypothetical Diaclone tank, and that's most likely Warpath. I can't imagine an Autobot tank being made for the Transformers toy line. Remember, because this wasn't a Diaclone or microchange release. This was done for the Transformers line. I can't imagine them throwing an Autobot tank in there if the tank was the main villain and the big toy they were trying to sell. Like, maybe because okay, so they've got Huffer as a little truck in the micro in that toy line too, but that's when they didn't have a choice. They had to use what designs were available, and that design was available through Takara. So that doesn't really shock me. That they would do 2 trucks, but doing another tank, that might be questionable. So Warpath might never have existed if Megatron had a tank to turn into. But those are the 2 hypotheticals, and both are interesting what-if scenarios. But I hope that satisfies the request, because honestly, like the original spirit of the request is somewhere in there, but honestly, there just isn't enough Diaclone left to go with the original version. But I hope that's close enough, and I hope that gives you all a nice what-if to think about. So thank you everyone for watching. I will see you next time.
I'm like, I think you guys got this. I will back away, and I will see you all later.
You've got this handled.
Alafi's like, really? You're not gonna help me? Like, it's fine now.
It's like these disgusting creatures breathing down my neck, and you're all just like, I believe in you. You got this.
All right, you seem to have this. I've been
I need to watch that for a while now. Glad I finally got around to it. What else is available to me? Oh, Smooth and Groove posted an update.
What's up, everybody? Charles says hi too. I know it's been a while, but I thought I'd stop on here and do an update video and just let you guys know that a new season of Smooth McGroove videos is on the way. It is fully planned, and I'm excited to get back into it. It's been a while since I've recorded any music, much less released any here. And for those of you who are interested in being involved or supporting the channel, you can head to patreon.com/smoothmcgroove, and we'll be doing some discussions there. Stronger supporters are going to get my videos a day early, along with a Patreon-only Discord channel where I'll be answering questions and chatting with you guys daily. And strongest supporters, as always, we're going to be doing monthly video chats, which is always a good time. But yeah, I'm just stoked to get back into it. I've been going through my list of songs from old games and some newer games that I put on hold, and I'm stoked to get back into it. I've already got some recording done, and I'm thinking in the next week or 2, I should have a video fully edited and ready to post. So it's happening this autumn and this winter for sure. And I know that in the past, my last break I took had to do with my physical health mostly, and I'm happy to say that this time it has nothing to do with that. I'm as healthy as ever. My health is in the best place it's been in a long time. It's just life, it has twists and turns and unpredictable ups and downs, and these past couple of years have been no exception. But suffice to say, I'm back into doing music again, recording and playing, and even getting into some experimental stuff that I'm not sure if I'll be sharing with you guys anytime soon, but it's definitely in the works. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked to get back into that. So I appreciate you guys supporting and sticking around, watching my videos, even when I'm not around here. But yeah, I'll be active, and I'll be catching you guys soon.
What a good dude that guy is. Low-key, kind of inspired my physical look. Was he around when I was? I don't think he was around when I was growing out my hair, but like he's definitely, I guess, positively affirms my appearance. Good dude. Put that on hold for just a second. What do you got for me, Tom Scott?
I'm going to show you 2 very short adverts. My question is, which is louder?
This video is sponsored by...
Here's the volume of the nice, calm one. The second one, with the shouting, the background noise, the music. If you're measuring volume purely by decibels, then it was lower. But it definitely sounded louder. To explain that, we need to start at the beginning. What does it mean for something to be loud? Let's say a tree falls in the forest. The tree causes the air to move, both by pushing it out of the way, but also by the tree and the things around it vibrating as they deal with all the forces involved. Those vibrations are transferred into the air. The actual air itself is not traveling from the crashing tree to your ears, but rather it's a wave caused by air molecules bumping into each other. And if you're standing nearby, then bits of that wave get funneled by the flappy bit of your ear, the pinna, into your ear canal. The waves get to your eardrum and it vibrates in turn, just a tiny, tiny amount. Behind it, there's the 3 smallest bones in the human body, the hammer, anvil, and stirrup. They amplify those vibrations through leverage and deliver those vibrations into the cochlea, shaped like a snail shell, which converts it into electrical impulses that get interpreted by the brain. If you ask a physicist, those air movements are sound. Ask a psychologist, and they'll say that until those movements get interpreted by the brain, it's just stuff moving, because sound is in your head. It's an experience. If the tree falls in the forest and no one's there to listen, a physicist says there's sound, a psychologist says there isn't. And both of them are correct, because they're using the same word to mean different things, which is part of why it takes so long to answer what seems like a simple question. So let's talk about that wave. It's got 2 important values: the amount of pressure for each peak, the amplitude, and the time between each peak arriving, the frequency. We'll start with the amplitude. Pressure is measured in pascals, and regular air at about sea level has a pressure of somewhere around 100,000 pascals. That's the weight of all the atmosphere above pushing down. Our ears can detect a fluctuation of about 20 micropascals. A whisper in your ear would be about 2 millipascals, and traffic noise about 200 millipascals. And someone screaming at the top of their voice directly into your ear is around 20 pascals, which is well into the sorts of pressure that can cause hearing loss. Okay, as you might have noticed, that's not a particularly useful graph, because the differences in scale are enormous, even if we get rid of the ambient pressure at the top. So instead, let's use a logarithmic scale, which means that each block going vertically is 10 times the previous one. That's much clearer. Just remember, this is a 10 times jump in pressure, and so's this, and so's this. That's how decibels work. The minimum that humans can detect, 20 micropascals, is taken as 0 bells. And then each 10 times increase in pressure adds 2 bells, and we generally use tenths of those, so each 10 times increase is another 20 decibels. And I know a load of sound engineers and techies are already in the comments going, no, each 10 times increase is 10 decibels, you fool. And here's reason too why this is so difficult to answer. There are multiple decibel scales, because sound engineers talk about intensity, the amount of power transmitted, not the amount of actual pressure on your eardrum. Those 2 things are proportional, and look, it doesn't matter for this. Just blame mathematicians, okay? The important thing is your brain doesn't interpret 10 times more change in pressure to mean 10 times as loud. Sure, traffic noise feels louder than a whisper, but I don't think many people would guess that the amplitude is 100 times greater. That's why we use decibels. A logarithmic scale matches how we think about sound. Hold that thought. That's amplitude dealt with. Next is frequency, and that's easy to define. It's just the number of peaks per second, or hertz. The human ear can detect roughly from 20 hertz through to 20,000 hertz, although that starts to decrease as people get older. The sound wave is going to be much more complex. Of course, it's usually not transmitting just a single frequency, but let's not get into the maths of that too much. We're particularly sensitive to the range between 2,000 and 5,000 hertz, which means our brains perceive those frequencies as being louder. In 1933, Harvey Fletcher and Wildenay Munson published this, which became known as the Fletcher-Munson curve. They played different sounds at different levels and noted how their test subjects perceived that sound. The curve has been updated and refined over time, and now it's usually called the equal loudness contour. So, if you want this tone, And this tone? To feel as loud as each other, you need to play the low one, I want to say louder, but that's not right. You need to play the low one with greater amplitude. And of course, science has a measuring system for this too. Audio engineers and broadcast companies came up with LUFS, loudness units full scale. The calculations for this take the loudness contour into account, along with how long the loud sounds last. LUFS are a scientific way to measure how loud something should feel, not how much the air happens to be moving. If you're making a video for YouTube or Netflix or music for Spotify or iTunes, there are guides for you to follow. YouTube asks you to aim for -14 LUFS. The units are kind of arbitrary, it's just a number. If you upload something that's louder than that, they'll just turn the player's volume setting down automatically in the background so people don't suddenly get startled if one video or music track is louder than another. So, that means if you're making a movie or a TV show and you want your loud sounds to have impact, you can't turn them up above the limit. You have to turn the dialogue and speech and all the other sounds down. Not too much, that'll also cause problems, but enough that when the big explosion happens, it's noticeable, it's audible. But advertisers don't need or want the nuance, they just want to be heard. They usually want to be as loud as they can be throughout. The European Union specifies -23 LUFS as its target for broadcasters to try and keep adverts and programs at the same loudness. The US has no specific guidelines, but says that broadcasters should try to match the two, although that rule is rarely, if ever, enforced. All of which is to say that the whisper of that first advert, the sound waves had higher amplitude. Your eardrum will have vibrated further back and forth, but it didn't feel as loud. There were more decibels, but fewer LUFS. And these days, it's the LUFS that matter.
Fascinating.
Oh, God. There's a saying when it comes to climbing Mount Fuji. A wise man climbs Mount Fuji once, a fool climbs it twice. As I lay here on this very uncomfortable volcanic rock, broken, defeated, destroyed, on my second attempt to climb Mount Fuji, I realised I am that fool. What the bloody hell was I thinking? Why have I put myself through this again? Nothing was worth this!
Mount Fuji, Japan's tallest mountain. Towering over Tokyo at 3,776 metres, it's a visually striking cultural icon, with 300,000 people attempting to conquer it every single year. With its steep incline, rocky volcanic slopes, and rapidly changing weather, ascending Mount Fuji is far from easy. Something I discovered 10 years ago. Ill-equipped and poorly prepared, as I sat on the summit of Mount Fuji in a semi-frostbitten state, I vowed never to climb it ever again. But fate has brought me back for one reason. At 50 years old, my best Japanese friend Natsuki wants to mark the milestone by undertaking the climb, the hardest physical challenge of his life. There's just one problem. It's the only physical challenge of his life. Having almost thought about doing exercise once 15 years ago, Natsuki is far from physically fit. Worse still, as the world's most prolific smoker, having puffed his way through 2 packs of Marlboro cigarettes every single day for 35 years. Natsuki's flame-grilled lungs might seriously struggle with the low oxygen found at the peak of the mountain. It won't be easy, but with Natsuki not getting any younger, he's convinced this could be his last chance to see it through. And so we're in this together. There'll be pain, frustration, and lots of oxygen tanks as we battle our way through the night across the black volcanic wasteland. Join us on the epic adventure of a lifetime as we attempt to climb 4 kilometers into the sky to reach the summit of Mount Fuji.
Good God, that is a spectacular view. Here we are, guys, Lake Kawaguchi at the foot of Mount Fuji, just one day before the climb. It's about 5 p.m, the sun's going down, and we've got a rare view of the mountain. Like, normally in summer, it's kind of enshrouded in haze and clouds, and you can't see it. Today, fate is smiling down upon us. It wants to get us excited before we climb it tomorrow. And I say we, because of course, I won't be going alone up there. Joining us on our trip to the summit of Mount Fuji is the man, the myth, the legend himself, Natsuki. Come on over, Natsuki.
Hey.
Are you ready?
No! You can do it!
What do you mean? I can do it.
Good track!
No, you're coming as well. Come on.
Wait. Why?
You've been training, right? You've been cycling every day.
Every day, yeah.
Right, now I said to Natsuki, you've got to do some training for this, right?
I'm a macho man.
He's a macho man, and he's allegedly been cycling 40 kilometers a day. You said 40?
20.
20, oh, that's a little bit more worrying. Only 20 kilometers a day. What are you worried about the most on this climb?
Yeah. My knee?
Oh, your knees, yeah.
Broken.
Yeah, let's hopefully not, because that would be a very, very bad end indeed.
Because very ankle.
Very uncle.
Ankle man.
So we start the climb in about 18 hours time. So I think we should get some training in, some stretching, some exercise, right?
Okay!
Yeah.
But, no. I'm drinking.
No. Not tonight. One night only, no bloody drinking.
俺山に登れると思う？自信ないな。でもトレーニングはしたさ。俺も50歳。今年でチャレンジを失ったらもう登ることはないね。じゃあ明日ね。きっとやろうぜ。Together, let's climb Mount Fuji. Yeah.
So tonight, guys, we're staying at this really nice cottage at the base of Mount Fuji. And if I've learned one thing over the last year doing crazy physical challenges like Spartan races and cycles and boxing, you've got to carb load the night before. You've got to eat a lot of carbohydrates so you can power on through. And thankfully, some friends from the UK brought me a fucking crate of Walker's crisps that I've been gradually making my way through. So I've got a carb load in the name of fitness. Got to eat them all. It's really great though. Out the window, I've got this incredible view of Mount Fuji, and now it's night time. You can literally see the climbers, thousands of people at night, making their way up the mountainside with their lights on. And it's really weird to think we're going to be like amongst them tomorrow. I'm a little bit worried. The last few days, Natsuki said, oh, I've been doing 40 kilometres on the bike, Chris. 40 kilometres every night, 1 hour. And then a minute ago when we filmed, he was like, oh, 20 kilometres, Chris. I did 20 kilometres. It seems to be going down by the hour, and I'm worried that we're going to get on Mount Fuji tomorrow, halfway up, and Natsuki's going to be like, I did 5 kilometres a day. In fact, I didn't train at all. And we will know very quickly how much training he really did. Because I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all. But maybe if he carb loads, he'll be alright.
Welcome to Exercise with Natsuki. Hey. Be careful. Hey. Like a dumbbell.
You don't need weights to exercise. You just need a rice cooker. 2, 3, 4. 6. You know what I mean? 6,
7. No! Quickly tired.
When, or if, you reach the summit, what do you want to do at the top of Mount Fuji?
Oh, give me money.
What do you mean, give me money? What is it?
High class no dance.
I'll watch it.
No, together.
No. I'll throw the coins, you can do the crazy high-class dance. And if that's not a reason to watch to the end of this video, I don't know what is.
And so, with the greatest challenge of Natsuki's life ahead of him, we're just 2 hours before beginning our ascent. There's just one last step of preparation needed.
Yes, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single McDonald's.
Yeah, McDonald's, I like it.
You need it, right? You need a good meal before doing a big challenge. And a mega muffin from McDonald's has a slow release of carbs over the 7-hour climb. So it's scientifically shown to help you with the climb on Mount Fuji. It's just science, it's physics, right?
We need an energy.
Exactly. Don't judge me. Shut
Good
up.
calorie.
Oh,
shit.
you can see Fuji behind us actually. It's still like visible. I'm more worried about getting heat stroke than my legs getting ruined, to be honest. Wow. How do you feel today? Kincho shiteru?
Just a little bit.
A little bit scared. But we're actually taking quite an unconventional route up Mount Fuji. Most people take the Fuji Yoshida trail. We're going up the Fujinomiya trail, round the back of the mountain. It's a little bit steeper, and I'll explain why after this McDonald's, when we get there. See you in a minute.
Alright, McDonald's alone might not be enough to see you through a Mount Fuji climb. And so we take one final stop at the closest 7-Eleven to the base of Mount Fuji.
I'm a bit worried. I've been watching Natsuki from afar as he goes from aisle to aisle, and he's put some pretty precarious things in there. And Natsuki's got like a fucking 4-course meal. He's taking up the mountain. Luckily no beer yet though, so that's a relief. God for that.
Tough gummy. And tips, seaweed and salt, top of the mountain, and a beer.
Mount Fuji has 4 trails, the most popular of which is Fuji Yoshida, hoovering up over 50% of all climbers. While the gradient is the most forgiving and the huts along the way are numerous, it's an incredibly busy route. And so we've opted for a sneaky route around the back, called Fujinomiya. Far less busy and with plenty of huts from the 5th station to the summit, allowing us to catch our breath and stock up on supplies. We've had no problems reserving a mountain hut to sleep in, halfway up the mountainside. There's just 2 drawbacks. Number 1, it's a steeper, tougher incline, and very rocky with many climbers injured on the way down. And number 2, unshielded from the winds on the south side, it can be unforgiving when it comes to the weather. But it's the price to pay to avoid the crowds, as per the recommendation of our seasoned Mount Fuji climber and good friend Victor, Frame of Travel. Thank you, Victor. We'd have been stuffed without your advice. Regardless of the 4 routes, nearly all Fuji climbers start the ascent from the 5th station of each route, about 2,000 metres up and only accessible by bus. And so, having parked up, we ride the bus crammed with climbers to kick off our journey from Fujinomiya's 5th station.
Oh God!
Oh God, wow.
Wow, too heavy!
Nearly there. We've nearly made it out of the car park.
I'm dead.
We haven't begun yet. We've made it to the Fujinomiya trail, guys.
You say give up?
Not give up. We've only begun. Go on, you keep going. Time for a stretch.
Katai. My body very hard.
I'm knackered just rummaging through this fucking bag. This doesn't bode well, does it? I thought it was going to be quite a bit cooler up here. I thought it'd be like 10 degrees, 15. Well, it's still very hot, right? It's like 25 or something, even though we're 2,300 metres up.
Natsuki Sparrow. Sunscreen. Very important.
This is so heavy! Like, I wouldn't mind climbing, but the bag, like, just standing still on a flat, normal gradient with this bag is enough to do my back in. So I'm worried about that. What are you worried about?
Last cigarette.
Nothing, his last cigarette.
I have ashtray.
You've got an ashtray though. You've got to take care of the mountain, don't litter. Bring your ashtray with you. How do you feel, Natsuki? Feeling a little bit nervous?
A little bit nervous. But if I don't cry, everybody fine. Very sad.
All your fans will be sad. Hold on here. It's true.
それはさせないよ.
You've got to do it for your fans.
Yeah. We can do it.
We could do it.
Yeah.
Oh. You can do a high five with your Marlboro in his hands. You ready?
Team abroad in Japan.
Let's do it. Let's go. 2,400. So we got our first look at the mountain here, and we're already out of breath. The issue's the bags. Well, the bags are so bloody heavy, right? And our station that we're staying at tonight in the hut is really high up the mountain. So the idea being we have a lot of pain today, but tomorrow morning when we have to get up at 1 AM, it's not as difficult. The surface is obviously volcanic ash, so it's quite slippery on the feet, which doesn't help. But this is our first look at the mountain, really. Gives us a sense of where we're heading today. It's just one big volcanic, ashy wasteland. We'll go very slowly.
Very slowly. Because Uncle Style.
Uncle Style. It's new fashion brand. Oh, bloody hell.
Woo!
He wasn't a kung fu master, he was just trying to get his fucking stick working. He took out 3 people.
Oh.
Staying the hell away from you, mate. Oh. You've broken it already. Fuji isn't the challenge today, it's the stick Natsuki's brought. It's going to be a long, long day. Who'd have thought? Natsuki on Mount Fuji. First time.
Having spent the first 20 minutes nearly killing 3 people with his walking stick, Natsuki needs a quick break, and thankfully we arrive at the first stop of our journey, Mountain Station 6.
So as you go up Fuji, there are several stations, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10th is the one on the summit. But you can kind of work out which station you're at, not by looking at the number, but at the prices of the drinks in the vending machines. Case in point here, the water is about 350 yen, it's about $3, right? But as you get up the mountain, the price gradually increases, and by station 8 or 9, that becomes 500 yen, about $4, so it's pricey. bring lots of money, lots of coins. Especially also, if you want to use the toilet on the mountain, it costs 200 yen to enter, so you have to bring a lot of 100 yen coins when you come to Mount Fuji, literally a sack. We've got a special person, literally to carry a sack of coins just for this trip. His name's Dave. Nice guy, nice guy. What? How do you feel?
Oh, maybe finish.
Finish?
Yeah.
Really? 6th station.
Do they stay?
No.
6?
Up there, that's it.
Oh, fuck.
150 metres down. Well done.
Oh, finish!
Look at his face. Look like the Grudge.
Today's finish.
What's
Next
this,
day.
Natsuki? What's this?
Limited sticker.
Limited sticker. Natsuki's come up Mount Fuji for one reason and one reason alone.
Yeah.
To promote his merch. But he's not alone, of course. I got a present for you.
Oh!
The embroidered
Mount
Japan book.
Fuji! Too heavy!
You can carry that to the summit. Yeah.
Hotel deck ちょうだい.
You can throw
Drive!
Give it back here. So as you can see, the crowd's climbing Mount Fuji. The main reason we chose this route, as I said, guys, is it has like a quarter of the foot traffic compared to the main route. And given Fuji is at its busiest this year ever, we wanted to do it our own pace, our own time. But still, pretty damn busy. So dread to think what the other side of the mountain's like. Anyway, onwards and upwards. We carry on now to the 7th station. Oh, halfway up now to 7th station. We can literally see it's within our grasp. But Natsuki's struggling a little bit.
Hard training.
We did lighten the load in his bag. We removed like 4 packs of Marlboro cigarettes, so it's a little bit lighter. How do you feel your body?
Body's so hard. With that.
Here? Oh, Stitch.
Stitch.
Stitch, right?
Oh, let's get on the Stitch. Oh.
What's that? What is that?
Oh.
18 litres of air. What the fuck, Natsuki? Oh!
Oh.
Hey, Natsuki! Hey! I wanna climb Mount Fuji! Yeah, let's go!
This is the reason I'm really scared of this. It's the real reason he brought it, to do some silly voices. How do you do it?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. What? It doesn't do anything.
だって酸素だもん。
You lying?
Yeah, I'm power up! I want a star! なんだっけ Bottom! Oh! Champions League!
Visibility comes and goes. The clouds just suddenly swoop over you and you get like 10 meters of visibility. Like, as you can see here, quite difficult. I could barely see Natsuki behind me. It's kind of cool though. The clouds are really refreshing. I really want some lunch though. The McDonald's has powered me so far, but I need something a little bit more substantial as we close in on the 7th station.
How you feeling?
Not yet.
Not yet.
まだの
It's annoying.
So long mountain.
It is long. Like, I remember this from the last climb. Every time I reached the station, I felt like I'd made progress. And then I saw the next one, and it was like, oh, it's another hour to that one. And like, we really haven't even begun yet. So,
1 hour.
1 hour to the next station.
Oh my god.
Off you go. Good luck.
Good luck.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, bye, 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 bye. Goodbye.
Let's call Natsuki's pocket oxygen out for what it is. Absolute bollocks. I don't think this can possibly have an effect, but if you can't join them, beat them. I've got my own oxygen spray, and it's far bigger. Look at that baby-sized nonsense. But my favourite thing about this and this, the main reason to buy it, is so you could do like impressions of Darth Vader. Like,
He told me you killed him. No.
Oishii ne. Oishii. Zehi, tsukatte kudasai.
The views are stunning. All I can think about is sitting down for an extended period of time and eating something big. I don't know what we've got food at the hut tonight, but I don't know what it is. Hopefully it's something a little bit better than some cup noodles. Last time I just slept on a rock and it was the worst night of my life, so maybe it is worth the 7,000 yen.
The shortness of breath really gets to you. Obviously the oxygen's a little bit lower the higher you go up here, and altitude sickness is a real thing. Especially in my case, I've got asthma, which isn't really helping. Natsuki's got smoker lungs, but we've hired a team of no less than 3 experienced British Sherpas to help him up the mountain, and 2 of them are now forcing him up the mountainsides. Yeah, this is getting really difficult now. The climb is quite vertical, and it's really taken it out. And all the other climbers I've seen as well, they all seem to be a little bit kind of short of breath. So, yeah, we're not alone on this. Dr. Jelly.
Oh, power of love.
I haven't seen you, like, eat anything.
McDonald's.
Well, no wonder you're fucked. You've eaten anything. I've had, like, 10 energy jellies.
Jerry.
Finish. Ryotaro has never climbed Mount Fuji.
Never cry?
Never. So you could be the first.
Oh, first.
That's the motivator we need, right? Make him feel jealous.
I can do it.
Yes.
Little boys.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Powered up on Dr. Jelly and the undeniable thrill of trumping Ryotaro, Natsuki successfully pushes on to the old 7th station, a somewhat underwhelming and understocked outpost that's little more than a pile of bricks.
If you're wondering what altitude it starts to get cold, we've just arrived at 7th station number 2. There's like an old station 7 and the new one. We're at the old one. It's 3,010 metres and it's bloody cold. That's why I got my fleece on.
3,000?
3,000 metres. Only 776 metres to go.
Unbelievable.
It's pretty good. You're doing well, Natsuki. I'm really impressed, man.
Oh,
And now he's going to choke to death on his oatmeal. Or his...
too cold.
It's cold. What are you eating? Ugh, it's like a children's sweet, Natsuki. Call them all. Oh! It's 4:46 now, and we were told that if we don't get to the station, to our hut where we're staying the night, by 7 p.m, we won't be able to have dinner, which is a really stupid rule. I don't know why. Well, we've got to get there before 7, and I don't think we're going to make
Good
it.
pace.
Good pace? Or good pace. We've got 2 hours. 2 hours, and it's about 600 metres up. Well, it's very vertical.
間に合う。大丈夫。Elevator.
Yeah, the elevator.
This elevator.
That's a dustbin, Natsuki.
Our triumph at passing 3,000 metres is somewhat short-lived at the realisation the route is about to get a whole lot tougher as the gradient steepens and the climb starts to feel practically bloody vertical.
So far.
One good thing about altitude sickness, it sort of ruins your head and your taste buds, and these chips style, they're a poor man's Pringles. Tastes like fucking cardboard normally, but with altitude sickness, you're none the wiser. You can barely taste it. Beautiful, beautiful. And Natsuki is doing well. He keeps doing this very annoying thing though, where he'll stop and take a photo, he'll take all his gloves and equipment off, take like a selfie, and he's just wasted like 1,000 calories. And it's just like, can you just keep going, Natsuki? How do you feel?
More quick.
More quick. Come on then. Let's go.
It was a joke, a joke.
Oh.
Getting incredibly short of breath now. But the view, my God, it is stunning.
Above the clouds now, on the home straight, feeling like a wreck. Natsuki arrived a minute ago, a few seconds behind, and just collapsed and threw his poles down in a very angry fashion, unbecoming of Natsuki. I genuinely thought there was a 50-50 chance he would get this far, and he's exceeded expectations. I think we're going to make it. I'm enjoying this a lot more than the last climb. We are 3,250 metres, feeling a bit lightheaded still, pretty precarious, because you're sort of feeling lightheaded, and then you get to these like really steep edges, and you're like, ugh. Does it really help?
It's my life.
If he can't have his cigarettes, he has to have something he smokes, inhales in his mouth.
Smoke cigarette.
Yeah. Cigarette in one hand, oxygen in the other. That's the most Natsuki situation ever.
Choke too.
Administering the poison and the cure at the same time. Come on, Natsuki. 1 hour to dinner.
Yeah.
Can you do it?
I can do it.
Yeah.
Finish.
Yeah. He can't. I'm sure we can. I don't know what I'm more impressed about. Natsuki making it this far and doing this well. Or the fact that we are going to make it for dinner. Us, like the whole team, Natsuki, myself, Ian and the guy.
Is the silver supposed to be recessed or raised? That'll help with the alignment here. I can't tell. Get a picture. It was announced in April. There we go. The broader parts are the black. I got that.
Guys, we all thought we weren't going to make it for dinner, and we'd sort of resigned ourselves to the fact we were going to be eating like energy jelly and dirt as we reached our hut. But now, with about 30-40 minutes to go, I actually can't see the hut, which is a little bit worrying, but I think we're going to make it. Famous last words.
Aliens for dinner.
You can do it.
We are strong.
You're strong.
You're strong.
I'm strong.
So.
We're all strong. You just kind of realise your own insignificance in a nice kind of way, right? When you're standing on a 3,000 metre mountain, you realise the grand scheme of things, your place in the world. But the view's incredible. You can see the shadow of Mount Fuji over there. And then in front of that, you can see the man himself. He's doing incredible. So proud of Natsuki today. What a champion. The gates to Mount Fuji. My God.
Unfortunately, it's not quite the 4-course Wagyu dinner that I'd envisioned, as we step inside our overcrowded accommodation to find cheap microwave curry. Still, the warmth is much needed, as we stand awkwardly in the restaurant like idiots, waiting to be noticed.
So we're in the somewhat chaotic cabin. It's a restaurant, doing all sorts of food, udon noodles, curry. We've got to try and check in, pay, get our beds, and then hopefully get some food. But I'm so lightheaded, I actually can't think. I feel like I've just done chess boxing. We raced up that last stretch to get here. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm so lightheaded and brain dead right now. After my Come on, we've got curry rice, so it's not all bad. We made it here though, guys. Against the odds, hellish climb.
Too hungry.
Like breathless, but we've done it, and what a reward! A job well done. Are you gonna have a beer? No, it's the one time Natsuki doesn't need a beer or a cigarette.
Six.
Have a go, huh?
Just one.
For God's, you've literally been puffing oxygen the last 6 hours.
Yeah, oxygen.
Fuck's sake, Natsuki. Just think, Natsuki, tonight, of all the people in Japan, all 125 million, you are one of the highest people going to sleep at night.
Yeah.
Probably top 100.
Oh, like a Sky King.
Like a Sky King, like a god. It's really annoying. There's a shop here, right? And it closes at 7 p.m. But there was like sandwiches and stuff. And I was like, I'll have a sandwich. They're like, no, the shop is closed now.
Be careful.
Stupid.
Only 7 o'clock.
Yeah, so be careful if you come here. After 7, they're just the staff are like, no, nothing now. A pre-wrapped sandwich, goddammit. It's freezing, but what a view, what a night. And last time I came here, I didn't get a hut, right? I got to sleep on like a rock.
It's night is so cold.
It is pretty cold. Like, yeah, I don't know how I did it last time.
Wow.
There was a lot of pain. Luckily, we've got a bed. It's kind of cramped. All of us packed in there.
Like a capsule hotel.
It is like a capsule hotel, but worse, because I have to share the capsule with Natsuki.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Be careful. Catch a cold.
Yeah, come on, let's go and tuck in.
I was promised a penthouse suite. What is this? 7 or 8?
sorry, the video is kind of caught up in another conversation while I'm doing this. Anyway, sorry to turn off the microphone. I just kind of chatting on Facebook as well, talking about some stuff with some folks. Need my concentration, so as you can see, I am still working. I am in sticker hell at the moment. I have about a second set of this. I'm gonna see if I can paint that one. It's gonna be very time consuming. Really more paint.
Sleeping bags bundled in a room. You might have seen Ellen, she was in a video we did where we went to Hiroshima and ate a pizza out of a vending machine. You did eat the crunky. We ate pizza out of a vending machine. That's all Ellen wants to do. She doesn't care about culture. She just wants the pizza out of a vending machine. She deserves to be woken up by my snoring for her lack of cultural investment. I'm so lightheaded. This video's done.
Well, on a scale of 1 to shit night's sleep, that was really quite bad for two reasons. Number one, the pillow is literally made from concrete, so your neck like really just hurts on this an awful lot. Yeah, like a big bone or whatever Natsuki just said. Second, for some reason, people can't put their phones on silent in this fucking place. And every time you're falling asleep, you hear Yoshi or and like. Still, Natsuki had a good sleep, snoring for 4 hours.
And very hard.
Yeah, they were good sleep. Zuto.
You are.
No. I didn't sleep at all. Did I snore?
Yes.
Did I?
Yes.
Oh,
Not much, not like
you do. But yeah, I think I actually slept better last time on the rock outside in the cold. So I don't think the cabins are the be-all and end-all, so to speak. But at least it was warm and dry. Not so much the breakfast of champions as the breakfast of shit. Breakfast of tyranny. This sausage looks really suspect. It looks like it's been made from plastic, like you get in the storefront.
Japanese sausage.
Yeah, the best kind of sausage. We've got omelette. We got shumai, dumpling.
Meatball.
And we've got a meatball. Let's start with the meatball. You know when you don't sleep and like your senses just stop working. There's no taste buds. There's no mouth. There's no anything. How you feeling?
Not sleeping.
He did sleep, didn't he? He snored for at least 2 to 3 hours.
Oh, no memory.
Oh, how convenient.
Yeah.
We all remember it.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, good to sleep.
No, fucking bastard. No.
Are you okay?
Not okay. I'm not digested.
So long walking. Too high.
Yeah. So it's about an hour and a half to the top from here, and its build is the most difficult bit because it's like a real vertical gradient. And there's an extra bonus. This is the bit of the climb that's not only the most difficult, but in pitch black, which is why everyone's got a head torch on, because otherwise it's just nothingness. One reason I couldn't sleep is my heart was going like the whole time, because my body hadn't acclimatized to the low oxygen, I guess, or something, but really struggled to breathe actually. So, have you had a cigarette?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, that's good then. Well, let's finish this breakfast and see how damn cold it is outside. Fun fact, until 1868, women weren't actually allowed to climb Mount Fuji for religious purposes. Now they can, but if they did, they'd have to spend a small fortune to buy water from the vending machines because it's 500 yen for a bottle of water, ladies and gentlemen. The cheapest item is this disgusting premium boss coffee and this rather tasty apple juice. So there's some options there, but you know, fair enough. We are 3,460 metres up. I think the people that bring the water up can rightly charge a premium, so that's fine with me. Hope you're not smoking. Oh no.
The cooking air is clear.
Yeah, it wasn't until you lit the fucking cigarettes up. Unbelievable. Oh, the air is so pure, so clear here. Let me light up a marble red. Ruin the atmosphere. Also, he keeps referring this oxygen tank, he keeps referring to it as CO2. Carbon dioxide, which you should never do. Don't inhale carbon dioxide or monoxide, which is what I suppose he's getting that as well from the cigarette. Oh, I give up. Let's just go. So we're on the home straight. It's a sea of lights. It's like snaking lights of people going between 9th Station and the summit.
Good morning, tired.
You're doing good though.
Yeah, weather is good, but very high.
Yeah.
High climb.
What do you think of the view?
Like an escalator.
Like an escalator.
In Tokyo Station.
Feeling nauseous. Sick. Oh, Natsuki's cigarette device.
Dude. 3 times.
Does it really do anything?
3 times. One more. One more deep.
John, and a cigarette.
No.
I thought like the place we're staying, I thought it was right next to the summit. It's not. The summit is somewhere up there.
Head sick?
Head sick, body sick.
Oh, don't sleep.
Life sick. Last time I did it, I had just gone to a special place. But there was a queue, right? This time, there's a lot of people, but there's no queue. You can keep going at your own pace. That's kind of nice. But yeah, I don't know. I don't remember it being like this. Station 9.5, 3,590 meters, 30 minutes to the summit that seems to just get further and further away every step I take. I do feel quite sick now, so I'm trying to battle that. Guess the race is on to get there before the sun comes.
Shishi was pretty fun. Seijishi, pretty good build. I like that it mimic the transformation in the show by popping up like that. That's a nice touch. So many damn stickers. Yeah, I don't think when I started doing that, I don't think I realized just how many stickers there are in this. Anyway, so yeah, CD, she's good. Popped out the thing to put this on here. Yeah, it would go. This would be this one. That's where it would attach. And it'll go like that. Yeah. So yeah, fun build so far. The construction of this is pretty simple. I'm impressed with the ankle joint. Not a fan of all the stickers. I mean, I knew what I was. I don't know. I did lie. I did not know what I was getting into. I could not have. I mean, I don't know. It's a lot. It is a lot. Like I knew it was a lot, but damn. Really wish they could figure out a way to part separate these or factory paint them or something. I've got a second one on the way. I'm going to see if I can paint that one properly instead of using the stickers.
That's what it's all about, right? In some respects, the thing that makes climbing Fuji more bearable is the crowds. It is the other people, you know. Seeing how they struggle or cheer you on along the way kind of makes it more bearable, knowing that you're all in this together. And it's been nice, people sort of stop and say, yeah, come back there, keep going. People coming down from the night before, cheering you on. It's a good atmosphere, everyone's really great, and you know that they're all battling through it just as much as you are, but at least we're pretty much there. Well guys, you're probably not going to believe this, but here on the summit of Mount Fuji, second time, 10 years later, unfortunately, Natsuki couldn't make it. Oh, he's here! Ah, he did it! Unbelievable!
Whoa!
He did it!
This is the last finish! So fucking sunshine!
Thank you guys. Thank you for all the comments of support for Natsuki on Instagram, Twitter. It really means a lot. And yeah, we've done it. I can't believe it, really.
Thank you so much. But never again.
Never again.
Yeah.
Only a fool climbs Mount Fuji twice.
でもいいでしょこのビューを。誰も見れないね。素晴らしい。Oh,
the highest man in Japan.
Feels so good. リッチよりいいね。Everybody.
You gotta do it one time.
そう。おすすめします。50 old people. Let's try.
50-year-old people, yeah. I mean, incredible to think Natsuki's 50 in about a week or two.
So, かけがえのないグレートなものがある。お金じゃないよ。Sunrise there.
It's about seeing the sunrise from the top of Mount Fuji. I hope I can climb Mount Fuji when I'm 50. I'm 33, you're 50.
そう。だから、
incredible to show.
クリスも50になったらやってみて。
No. I don't think so. I don't think I'll be climbing this fucking mountain again.
So tired exercise. Earth is beautiful.
I don't remember it being like this. It's like it's just a sheer cliff edge, right? You just don't see over. It's almost like we're in a cloud because you can't see the connection between the summit of Mount Fuji and the ground below.
We are champ.
Hey!
Yatta there!
You've got chocolate on your nose. Why have you got so much chocolate on your face? What did you eat on the way out? The crater of Mount Fuji is certainly a sight to behold. It is absolutely gigantic. You know, the fact that there's probably several thousand people around us on this peak just shows you the sense of scale, but yeah, really kind of creepy looking into the crater of Mount Fuji. I said it before 10 years ago, to think that one day it could well erupt. It's said to be overdue. It last erupted 1707. Don't want to be here the day that it happens.
Scary volcano. Too big. Oh, like a black hole.
Over the years, I've flown like over Fuji an awful lot on domestic flights. I've always thought it's sad that I felt like I was never going to stand on it again and be up here. And so coming back, even though I'm a fool, it's totally worth it. Like, I'm really happy I came up here. Would I do it again? Oh, I don't think I would. But never say never, right? Never say never. To the victor goes the spoils. I've got a, it's not cup noodle, it's hot noodle, a cheap cup noodle brand. But my God, I would eat literally dirt right now and be happy, but this is actually pretty damn good. Soy sauce broth. What have you got, Natsuki? Udon noodles?
Fatty noodle.
Fatty noodles. Tempura.
Little tempura.
Man, this is hit the spot. It's about 6:30 in the morning now. A fine breakfast indeed. This is probably the best hot noodle that I've ever had.
Good taste. But expensive.
This was 800 yen. Normally it costs like 200, yeah. So well, that's quite a lot. Jesus. But I would pay it again, and I might well do it. I'm still hungry after this, so. But Natsuki, we are on the summit of Mount Fuji, but we're not on the summit of Mount Fuji.
Summit?
Yeah, Chojo. Kingamine Peak it's called. Kingamine. And it's a little walk around the crater, and then you go up another few meters, and that is where the peak of Mount Fuji is. I wanted to go there last time, couldn't. This time we're going to do it. Last time we had to abandon ship very quickly because my fellow climber George, he got like frostbite because he wore shorts and a t-shirt. What was he thinking? So we got to the top, saw the sunrise, and then we fucked off straight away. This time we can actually take it a little bit more of a leisurely pace, actually enjoy being on Mount Fuji and all the hot noodles we deserve.
It's not just Natsuki's 50th birthday we're celebrating. With the launch of the Abroad Japan book, we've carried 5 copies up here to the summit. I say we, it was mostly the team who begrudgingly carried them up. We're running a little competition so you can get your hands on one of these unique Fuji Summit copies. To find out more, check the link in the description box below. It's the most simple competition ever made, and it'd be pretty cool if you get one.
So we got 5 copies of the book here, and I'm signing each one so people know that this is the copy that made it to the summit of Mount Fuji on this very day. 5 copies only. But you can get your own copy of the Abroad Japan book out August 3rd on Amazon, Blackwell's, Waterstones, any bookshop around the world. Check it out, guys. I'm really proud of this book. It took 6 months to write. 10 years of experiences written in 6 months, packed into a book 300 pages long. It's going to be a good one. Check it out. So you haven't really gone to the summit of Mount Fuji until you've gone to Kingamine Peak over there, which I didn't actually go to last time. But that is the absolute peak of Mount Fuji, 3,776 meters. Are you ready to finish the job that you started?
Oh, maybe jump? I want to jump.
Oh, don't do that. It's been going so well, Natsuki. Please don't jump. Come on. The Abroad Japan book at the highest point of Mount Fuji, the highest point in Japan. Yes!
No, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Natsuki. Into the crater. One copy of the book forever immortalised in Mount Fuji. Not a bad idea, actually. That's littering. We don't like that. Did you know Mount Fuji has a post office? While UK Post never arrives, in Japan they have one on the tallest mountain. But it is only in operation between the 10th of July and the 20th of August. So bear that in mind if you want to send things to Mount Fuji. People like to do it. It's kind of cool to receive like an envelope, a letter saying, oh, this was posted from Mount Fuji. There's also a shrine here, which is also very nice, very new. It definitely feels like they built quite a few more things here in the last 10 years. You can actually sleep on the summit, like the kind of place we stayed last night. On the 9th station, you can stay on the I don't know what it's called, the 10th station, the winter station. Imagine that, just waking up, bang, you're on Mount Fuji. Definitely would consider doing that next time. Well, Natsuki, you came, you saw, you did. But now, got to climb all the way back down to the car park, 3 or 4 hours. Are you ready?
3 or 4 hours?
To the car park.
Oh, long.
Going down is not fun, because it's very slippery, it's very slidey. With the volcanic ash. It's dangerous, yeah. And your legs can often just buckle and give way, so we've got to be careful. Luckily, this beanie will protect me. Down we go, Natsuki.
I'm knee. Broken.
What?
Broken knee.
Broken knee. Let's hope not, because that'll make this a lot harder than it needs to be.
Unfortunately, Natsuki mentioning his broken knee soon feels like a prophecy. Despite watching some crazy climbers quite literally sprinting down the side of the mountain, slipping and sliding our way down, one wrong footing can lead to disaster. Not long after getting underway, Natsuki's footing slips and he takes a nasty fall, practically somersaulting down the mountain. And while we didn't catch it on camera, here's the audio so you know we're not bloody exaggerating how bad it really was.
Natsuki took a nasty tumble. He slipped, fell, rolled, did a backflip. And it's a miracle he's still alive.
Miracle slip.
Miracle slip. That's what we call it.
Very dangerous.
I don't know, getting down from Fuji's not fun. You slip, you slide, you fall. I've fallen a few times, but I think a zip line would be the perfect way to get down from Mount Fuji. When I was on the Great Wall of China, they've got a toboggan. That's what they would have wanted, isn't it? The Qing dynasty. But still, imagine, right? The car park's like 1,200 metres down there. Imagine a zip line to the finish line. Then we wouldn't have to have a half-dead Natsuki.
No, shoulder 打っちゃった。バン。Shoulder attack. 力入んない。
What do you think of his face?
Good.
Pretty good.
Could be better.
Could be better.
Despite his injuries, Natsuki battles through the pain and is back on his feet in no time at all. Ever the samurai warrior. Meanwhile, I run into some viewers who are halfway through their ascent and end up being a little bit too honest with them about what lies in store.
It gets really slippery, so you've got to you've got to be really careful. Like Natsuki did like a fucking somersault. Shouldn't be scaring you like this. Yeah. It's magical. There's like unicorns and rainbows. Wonder up there. Here we are, Natsuki. 2,400 meters. Yesterday, when we left, we were mere mortals. Today, we are champions of Mount Fuji. Well done. What was the best moment? What was the highlight of your climb?
Fuji shadow.
Oh yeah, yesterday when we were climbing in the sunset, you got this amazing shadow of Fuji cast over the landscape and the sea, gradually getting bigger, right?
Same Fuji style.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. And you can only kind of see that if you're on the summit of Fuji or in a plane. I have to say, I know Natsuki fell over, my knees are destroyed. I can barely stand.
And shoulder.
It's so much pressure. Every rock you stand on, you feel your body jolt. It's really scary doing that. And what I will say is, well, I really enjoyed the Fuji no Miya route and there was less people and it was nice. Coming down it was really brutal because there are a lot more rocks. On the Fuji Yoshida side, you actually get this really nice, just big pathway with some ash and not many rocks, and you can just sort of walk down it with no problem. So
softer.
Yeah, soft.
They were very different. I'm first time.
Yeah, we really put Natsuki through it on the first time. So really impressed. Well done, Natsuki.
I was dead, and maybe at station 7.
Station 7
and 8.
He was dead pretty early on. So the fact he got up there, I think he blew us all away with our expectations.
Miracle.
It's a miracle. And now
you can do it.
Dinner time. How about a nice, juicy, delicious
and a beer?
Beer, yeah, beer.
Oh yay!
McDonald's.
Hey. Go book yourself.
Go book yourself.
Yeah. Go book yourself.
What does that mean?
What do I want to watch next? Brick Astley released a new music video? not gonna watch that though.
Screaming on roller coasters, getting splashed on log rides, ramming friends in bumper cars, and riding on carousels with family are treasured memories for those who grew up in the 2000s and earlier. The amusement park, just like the shopping mall and movie theater, was once a seemingly indispensable establishment for every major metropolitan. In the eras before the internet and where availability mattered above all else, the amusement park thrived as a provider of affordable recreation. People of all ages could have fun at the park for an entire day with just $20 to $30 and within a 1 to 2 hour drive from their homes. Yet fast forward to the present, and amusement parks are a dying breed in the modern age. In the past, amusement parks were defined by their rides, like how fast a certain roller coaster traveled or how steep a drop tower was. Nowadays, what matters most for an amusement park is intellectual property. With the emergence of the Disney adult, consumers around the world have shown a preference for IP-based theme parks like Universal Studios and Disneyland, where the branded attractions, concessions, and merchandise have fueled above-average spending and immense popularity. Consumers have shown an insatiable appetite to immerse themselves in their favorite media franchises, paying without hesitation for $9 butterbeer from Harry Potter, $10 pink sprinkled donuts from The Simpsons, $12 Mario strawberry soda from Nintendo, $15 meat on the bone from One Piece, $8 blue milk from Star Wars, and $7 cheesecake orbs from the Marvels, Mario strawberry soda from Nintendo, $15 meat on the bone from One Piece, $8 blue milk from Star Wars, and $7 cheesecake orbs from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Beyond rides and concessions, the IPs come to life at these parks where visitors get to mingle shoulder to shoulder with bubbly costumed performers who behave just like their big screen blockbuster equivalents. While parkgoers soak up this magical atmosphere, underneath every costume is a blue-collar worker who's sweating buckets and being paid minimum wage to entertain thousands of strangers every day. The themed foods, branded attractions, exclusive merchandise, and trademark characters have elevated experiences and expectations to the point where conventional amusement parks can no longer compete with their generic foods, mascots, and rides. When customers want Space Mountain, the Avengers Campus, the Millennium Falcon, Diagon Alley, Minions, and Elsa, having the fastest roller coaster is suddenly a lot less relevant. While the local park will always be more convenient and affordable with admissions and run-of-the-mill concessions compared to Disney and Universal, who charge 2 to 5 times more for entry alone, customers ultimately vote with their wallet. In this day and age, customers have demonstrated through their spend, attendance, and virality that they'd rather make a special trip to Disney and Universal than go to the basic regional amusement park. In this episode, we'll cover the business of roller coasters through the lens of Six Flags, the largest operator of amusement parks in the world, and the many strategies that the company has employed to survive, differentiate itself, and to capture whatever share that remains in this ultra-competitive market. For older generations, the amusement park was a unique place of happiness and entertainment in a time where mental health was taboo. To understand the business of amusement parks, we can draw from Roller Coaster Tycoon. For people who aren't familiar, Roller Coaster Tycoon is a popular simulation game where you can build and manage your own amusement park. You choose which rides go where, what types of rides to offer, where to place footpaths to direct visitors from one attraction to the next, where to place the bathrooms, where to put concession stands to optimize food and drink sales, and how much staff to hire to keep the park running smoothly, all while maximizing profits, guest satisfaction, park appeal, property value, and ROI from the limited budget available. Just like in real life, there are consequences to poor planning and bad investments. If there aren't enough security guards, the park will become chaotic and suffer vandalism. Guests will complain about hygiene if there aren't enough bathrooms or janitors. If there are too many visitors, then guest happiness will decrease with the overcrowding. If a ride is too intense, then guests will get sick. If a ride is too fast, the chance of accidents increase. If there aren't enough handymen to perform maintenance, then the roller coasters will break down. If the prices are too high, then customers won't spend. And if the rides aren't regularly renovated, then visitors will get bored and park appeal will decrease. While Roller Coaster Tycoon nails that planning and maintenance are integral to the success of any amusement park, there are a variety of other factors outside of this video game depiction that make the overall business so uniquely difficult. The core business model of the amusement park is fairly straightforward. You pull in as many customers as you can, and you entertain them so they stay as long as possible and spend as much as possible. Once customers are inside the park, you can monetize them aggressively with high markups on food and merchandise to squeeze more dollars from entry tickets. Like cruise ships, amusement parks are capital-intensive businesses where continuous monetization by volume and margin are necessary to offset the huge operating costs and massive overhead. As we covered in the episode on cruises, a single cruise ship costs over $500 million. And amusement parks are no different in that the construction of a single park falls in the same ballpark with costs of $400 to $800 million, whereas the top-of-the-line Disney or Universal theme park ranges in the billions. Despite comparable capital requirements to cruises, the barriers to entry are actually much higher for amusement parks. The bottleneck for amusement parks is not really just the labor, engineering, or material, but rather in the land. Parks conventionally build appeal by having one or two centerpiece roller coasters that go super fast, super high, and have maximum airtime. Even if the average visitor is too scared to ride them, these thrill rides are by design defining attractions that are super tall, super long, and super wide, so parks generally build other attractions around them to generate atmosphere, attention, and curb appeal. But to go fast and high, these roller coasters need lots of space, mile-long tracks, and can eat up 5 to 10 acres by themselves. On the flip side, smaller rides like kiddie coasters are significantly more space efficient with footprints of half an acre or less, but they're also a lot less memorable to visitors. If a park has too many thrill rides, then the family business will be hard to attract and capture, whereas a park with too many kiddie coasters and not enough thrill rides will lose the teenager and adult market. While there have been innovations in recent years with space-efficient, vertical-oriented roller coasters that don't require lift hills, trade-offs still remain. These vertical rides have lower capacity, which means slower loads and longer wait time for guests. Another alternative are indoor rides, like the Harry Potter or Transformers experiences at Universal, where robotic arms on a track rotate, tilt, and twist seats in movements that are synchronized with VFX that's projected on-screen in front of riders. These rides are space-efficient and even feature animatronics that blow water, heat, or air, but are also delicate and costly systems that require top-end hardware, custom VFX, and years of intricate planning. With all roller coasters, there's a question of build versus buy. You can engineer your own from the ground up for maximum originality points, or you can settle for ready-made rides from manufacturers with preset specifications. If you want to make lots of money, you need as many rides and attractions as possible to maximize appeal and satisfaction, which requires both capital and land, with the latter being much harder to acquire. The average amusement park has a footprint between 100 to 500 acres. There is no hard rule in the industry that a successful amusement park must be over 100 acres. There are plenty of small, independent parks that are still alive to this day on compact plots of land like the 2-acre Adventure City in Southern California. While these small parks adjust for their lesser offerings with cheaper tickets, they also rarely attract huge crowds or high spenders, as consumers can experience everything they have to offer in half a day or less. The fundamental difference between grossing thousands and millions as an amusement park comes down to size and land. In this age where demand for housing is boiling over around the world, inventory of vacant, commercial lots of 100 to 500 acres is largely non-existent. While there are always thousands of acres of undeveloped land that's for sale throughout the Midwest, the South, and other remote regions in the United States, these lots are generally not zoned for commercial recreation, or they're simply too far from any major urban market. Any land in a metropolitan area these days that's still available, which could support an amusement park, is just too expensive or worth far more being developed for residential or commercial use. Municipalities can also be an obstacle, as any high-profile, land-intensive, privatized recreational infrastructure like the taxpayer-funded sports stadiums of the past decade would be subject to intense public and political scrutiny. As an outdoors establishment, amusement parks are seasonal businesses where attendance, engagement, and earnings are dependent on the weather. Parks really only make money 2 quarters out of the year, as the vast majority of business occurs between the months of May and September. What people often overlook is that the average amusement park is actually a regional business that serves locals. Disney and Universal are exceptions, where their customer base are mostly international tourists and out-of-towners making pre-planned pilgrimages. As a result, location is even more important for conventional, non-IP-based amusement parks, as they need to be within a 50 to 100-mile radius of a major metropolitan area where locals can get into their cars, arrive before noon, and make it back home before midnight all in one day. Parks scale staffing by attendance and regularly bring on hundreds or thousands of minimum wage unskilled short-term workers to operate in the high season. In short, there needs to be a market with enough consumers and workers close by for an amusement park to be successful. Even if you get all the land, capital, planning, and rides in place, the only way to grow is to keep spending. Since the customer base is mostly going to be locals, they'll inevitably get bored after a few visits. On top of non-stop ride maintenance to ensure guest safety, renovation is essential to maintaining engagement and driving retention. If you have the land, you can always expand by adding more to the park, but more likely than not, your option is to remodel the existing rides into newer experiences. While renovations are never as expensive as the initial construction, remodeling is still a significant capital expenditure that costs millions of dollars every year. To demonstrate just how real the barriers to entry are in this industry, in the past 40+ years, there's not been a single new regional amusement park in the United States. Every major market in the country is already served by an entrenched player, and burning over $500 million to chase second place is a high-risk, low-reward strategy that very few investors are interested in. The last entrant was the Hard Rock Park in South Carolina that lasted just 1 year before going under in 2009. Hard Rock Park is just one of hundreds of other failed amusement parks in the world, and now nearly 15 years after its closure, only one company, FedEx, has been able to find some use from that abandoned land. Given how much it takes to make a single park successful, there's no established third-party arrangement in the industry like franchising, where someone else will run the park for you and give you a royalty when they're already faced with so much overhead and day-to-day complexity. All these factors have made it so that legacy parks like Six Flags have been able to stay alive simply by virtue of having built their parks in the 70s or earlier. Six Flags' portfolio consists of both amusement parks and water parks. While the number of parks under company ownership has gradually decreased over the past 20 years, Six Flags remains the largest regional amusement park operator in the world. On the West Coast, Six Flags Discovery Kingdom serves the San Francisco Bay Area and Northern California, while Six Flags Magic Mountain caters to Los Angeles and the greater Southern California. On the East Coast, Six Flags New England serves Providence, Boston, and New Haven. Six Flags Great Adventure in New Jersey also caters to New York City and Philadelphia, and Six Flags in Maryland hits DC and Baltimore. In the Midwest, Six Flags Great America and Hurricane Harbor fill demand in from Chicago and Milwaukee. And in the South, Six Flags Over Georgia is just a 20-minute drive from Atlanta, Six Flags Over Texas targets Dallas, and Six Flags Fiesta Texas covers San Antonio, Houston, and Austin. The coverage and entrenchment of Six Flags in these leading consumer markets make the company an established, immovable legacy player. What's interesting is that Six Flags has only built 3 of these parks themselves, with the remainder being rebranded acquisitions. In this industry, first mover advantage is a true lasting moat, and the number and distribution of parks across the United States, Mexico, and Canada enable Six Flags not just to make more money, but also to safeguard against the weather and the economy. If there's a local downturn or severe rain in one region, the other unaffected parks can pick up the slack. Since the 70s, Six Flags has had one main strategy: to have the most legendary, spectacular, and thrilling roller coasters in the world. Since the company can't compete on intellectual property, the focus has been on maximizing spectacle. Thrill capital is the official tagline given to every Six Flags park, and the company regularly pushes the boundaries of what's possible. Every year, Six Flags introduces groundbreaking rides, with endless examples through its history, like New Revolution, which was the world's tallest roller coaster at opening in 1976, Superman, which was the world's tallest and first ever roller coaster to reach speeds of 100 miles per hour in 1997, X2 was the first ever fourth dimension roller coaster upon opening in 2002, King Ka in 2005 remains the fastest ride in the continent and the tallest in the world, Zumanjara is the world's tallest drop tower, while the Goliath is the fastest wooden roller coaster, both of which opened to the public in 2014, and the Jersey Devil in 2020 broke records as the tallest and fastest single-rail coaster in the world. Quote, "We believe that you should have news in every park every year. This is different from what traditional theme parks do, where they'll put in a big coaster in a few of their parks, and then they'll go dark for a year or two while they put coasters in some of their other parks. We want to have a new ride or attraction in every park every year." Even though there are fewer Six Flags parks today than there were 20 years ago, this continuous differentiation on spectacle and the company's unmatched scale have kept Six Flags up as a cheaper alternative to Disney and Universal. Yet the construction and design costs of these rides are not trivial, and the payback periods are lengthy, as Six Flags invests over $100 million every year in capital expenditures. $100 million annually is roughly 9 to 10% of Six Flags' gross revenue, but 30 to 50% of operating income, which is ultimately what matters since that's the cash you actually get after day-to-day expenses. Beyond having relatively more extreme thrill rides, Six Flags has tried to adapt to changing consumer tastes by bringing in intellectual property of its own. In an attempt to level the playing field with Disney and Universal, Six Flags has branded its rides and parks over the decades with iconic fictional characters like Bugs Bunny, Batman, Tweety Bird, Superman, and the Flintstones. A healthy mix of idolized superheroes and family-friendly animations for appeal to both teenagers and families. Like everything in the industry that we've seen so far, the cost for just renting these IPs come at a premium. Every year, Six Flags pays $3 to $8 million upfront as a flat fee to Warner Bros., along with a 12 to 15% royalty on all branded merchandise, in exchange for exclusive rights to license these characters at their amusement parks. But just like their box office performance, DC characters just don't have the same pull as Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar, Nintendo, Harry Potter, Jurassic Park, or even One Piece. While Six Flags has not grown at the same rate as Disney or Universal, company revenue has been on a positive trajectory since 2002. For the past 20 years, admissions has represented the majority of Six Flags' annual revenue, followed by food and merchandise sales inside the park, and then finally sponsorships and licensing. Revenue has been on a steady climb at 4% growth year over year for Six Flags, going from $880 million in 2003 to $1.5 billion in 2019 before the pandemic. The numbers get interesting when we present them on a per-park basis. In the early 2000s, the average Six Flags grossed between $20 to $30 million every year. In the 2010s before the pandemic, the average Six Flags park grossed between $50 to $60 million every year. Roughly $30 million come from ticket admissions, while in-park food and merchandise sales make up the other $20 million. The average guest at Six Flags in the past decade spent roughly $40, with $25 going towards entry and $17 on in-park purchases. But before we go too far, it's important to contextualize this leap in per-park earning productivity. While Six Flags has unmatched scale today, the company was operating at an even greater scale 20 years ago, albeit unsustainably. Starting in the 1990s, Six Flags took out over $2 billion of loans to chase first-mover advantage in any market possible, borrowing money to buy parks across the United States, Germany, Holland, Belgium, and France. Most of these acquired parks were not performing, hence why they had been put up for sale in the first place. Despite selling at multi-million-dollar premiums, each park required millions more in post-sales investment to reach their full potential. But Six Flags believed it uniquely possessed both the capital and the expertise to quickly turn these assets around. But many of these acquisitions were inherently constrained by being in markets that were either too soft or already contested. The contrast between Disneyland Paris and Disneyland Orlando to this day is a clear reminder to the industry that there are insurmountable cultural differences. The lifestyle-oriented and economical European just doesn't have the same appetite, demand, and standard for amusement parks that overworked capitalist Americans do. As Six Flags borrowed more money, bought more parks, took on more overhead, and invested more every year to make each asset successful, the company was in reality digging itself into a deep hole. Debt skyrocketed to $2.3 billion and remained there for years, which was 2 to 3 times the total revenue that Six Flags was bringing in every year. Through the 2000s, Six Flags posted loss after loss, and there were little signs that their strategy was working. While overall revenue increased with the addition of each additional park, costs also increased in line at a near 1-to-1 ratio. Six Flags did not generate enough cash from operating at times to even cover the annual interest that was due on its massive debts. Even in the years where Six Flags didn't buy parks, the company was still not grossing enough to afford all the renovation and improvements that were occurring in its existing assets. In a classic story of robbing Peter to pay Paul, Six Flags borrowed money from one place to pay off debts from another, issuing millions of preferred stock to raise funds, selling hundreds of millions of dollars worth of bonds, refinancing existing credit lines, and using all these proceeds to repay debt and to maintain liquidity. The company even went so far as to use some of the debt to pay out dividends to investors despite being in the red. And when Six Flags could no longer continue this financial equivalent of Russian roulette, the company begrudgingly sold off its European division and abandoned underperforming locations, going from nearly 40 parks in 2003 to just 20 parks by 2007. Overall revenue improved with the streamlining, as did earnings productivity, as only the best parks remained. The average Six Flags park grossed around $40 to $50 million in the mid-2000s, nearly double compared to that of the early 2000s. But the company continued to kick debt down the road, the losses continued, and when the Great Recession hit in 2008, it was the straw that finally broke the camel's back. Amusement parks have long sold themselves as recession-proof defensive businesses. While airlines, cruises, hotels, resorts, and other traditional travel businesses will lose customers in a recession, the parks industry has pushed the argument that people still need somewhere to escape to despite cutting back on vacations, and amusement parks are unmatched in the value and the entertainment that they provide. Despite the industry's positioning, fewer guests came to the park during the Great Recession, and the ones that did show up spent less than before. This drop in attendance and by extension revenue brought Six Flags to the point of bankruptcy in 2009, but its parks remained open. After a high-profile restructuring, Six Flags emerged from bankruptcy in 2010 as lenders forgave over $1 billion of debt in exchange for full ownership. The new owners, who were traumatized from this near-death experience, aggressively overhauled Six Flags' business model and pricing strategy into what it believed would be a safer and more reliable variant. This decision would bring success, but it would also dig the company into a different hole over the next decade, and one that Six Flags is still trying to crawl out of today. Six Flags went into the 2010s with the laser focus on selling memberships and season passes over traditional full-price gate tickets. Memberships on paper were sticky, recurring revenue in which customers would pay an annual fee to get unlimited entry and perks every year. This annual fee was typically spread out into a flexible payment plan, so customers only needed to pay out a few dollars every month to maintain their membership. Season passes, on the other hand, also offered unlimited entry and a few perks, but expired at the end of every season for a cheaper one-time fee. These products were advantageous for the company in that Six Flags got to collect payment up front at the time of purchase rather than at the time of visit. Even if customers didn't go to the park, Six Flags would have still made money. From a psychology standpoint, it also reversed roles in that Six Flags no longer had to convince customers to come, as pass holders and members would naturally feel compelled to visit regularly to get the most out of their purchase. In 2010, a one-day entry ticket to Six Flags at the gate cost $30 to $40, and parking would set you back another $10 to $20. A season pass that year was priced at just $70. In 2014, a one-day ticket cost $65, but it was a much better deal to buy the season pass for $80 or to subscribe to a membership for $100, as those products included free parking. As long as a season pass holder visited the park at least twice a year, they were saving $50 per person. In theory, everyone was a winner. The value-oriented consumer felt like they got the best deal, fans felt like they were being rewarded for their loyalty, and Six Flags got to collect and recognize revenue up front in a steady, reoccurring, predictable manner. While Six Flags' product strategy was to build as many groundbreaking thrill rides as possible, their pricing strategy was all about value. The assumption behind the season passes and memberships is that the lost revenue from discounted admissions would be easily made up through in-park food and merchandise sales. In the mind of Six Flags executives, the most important thing was volume. With such high overhead and fixed costs, they believed it was better to fill each park with as many bodies as possible versus gatekeeping over a few bucks in admissions. As long as people were buying something in the park when they visited, those high-margin sales would be enough to offset the ticket subsidies. The problem is that Six Flags went overboard, aggressively discounting season passes and memberships to substantially cheaper price points than one-day tickets while giving away too much for free with free parking, skip-the-line privileges, and complimentary dining. With this new focus on value, annual guest attendance for Six Flags grew at a steady pace, from 24 million visitors in 2011 to 30 million by 2016. If we break out Six Flags revenue into its two main income streams, revenue from park admissions grew the most at 45% in a 9-year period, going from $452 million in 2010 to $815 million in 2019. Food and merchandise sales grew slower at 40% in the same time frame, from $348 million to $574 million, which was solid, but not what Six Flags had been hoping for. The company had been making every effort to keep ticket prices as flat as possible since the Great Recession. In 9 years, the average price of a Six Flags ticket increased in line with inflation at 17%. In 2010, the average ticket to Six Flags cost $21.26. In 2019, the average ticket to Six Flags cost just $24.86, which was just $3.60 more than what it cost 9 years ago. On an annual basis, we can see how sensitive the company was towards raising ticket prices and how attached they were to discounting admissions. In any year where the average ticket price increased, like in 2014, the company would immediately push the cost back down in the following years. Subsidizing tickets would not be a big deal if that spend was being recaptured in the park. But the average spend on food and merchandise per guest had gone up just $1.12 in 9 years. Guests on average were spending just $17 to $18 per visit, and it was no secret why. People were leaving Six Flags, going into their cars, driving to the closest fast food chain to eat, and then returning to the park. Or they were already coming to the park full. Few people wanted to get ripped off with $10 to $15 plates of frozen chicken strips, fries, and pizza. The budget-conscious, value-oriented consumers that Six Flags targeted were especially conscious not to fall into such traps. While Six Flags showered its pass holders and members with massive discounts and perks, in reality, the company was never going to change the nature of bargain hunters. Rather than improving the in-park concessions, Six Flags opted to simply slap dining onto the season pass and memberships as a way to upsell and to collect more revenue upfront. For a higher fee, season pass holders could get 2 free meals, snacks, and drinks every time they visited. Headlines were made when a California man revealed that he ate lunch and dinner at his local Six Flags every day for 7 years using just his annual $150 season pass. This man would drive to Six Flags, drop in for lunch. While this story and individual is clearly an extreme, it's still an entertaining representation of the excessive discounting and generosity that Six Flags engaged in during the 2010s just to fill the park.
I cannot imagine eating just Six Flags food for 7 years. Jesus Christ. Shitty pizza. I mean, their chicken tenders are okay, but every day the pizza's shitty. The burritos are okay. Macaroni burrito. What else do they serve regularly? Funnel cakes. Just theme park food every day for 7 years. Good. I would get sick.
There was still enough upfront and reoccurring revenue flowing in from memberships and passes to keep the company on its positive trajectory. Through the 2010s, Six Flags revenue grew at a positive pace, while the bottom line returned in the black compared to the red of the prior decade. Roughly 1.5 million people visited Six Flags every year in the 2010s compared to the sub-million of the 2000s. Earning productivity peaked in 2016 as the average Six Flags park grossed over $70 million a year, with roughly $37 million attributed to admissions and the remainder to concessions. Operating margin returned to positive digits, which was another welcome improvement compared to the negative streak of the prior decade. At this point, season pass and membership holders accounted for 50 to 60% of Six Flags' annual attendance every year. The pass model was working as desired, and the only thing left to do was to slam on the gas pedal even harder. In 2016, Six Flags began buying up water parks within a 150-mile radius to their existing amusement parks with the only goal of selling higher-priced combo passes. The company envisioned that existing season pass holders who were in search of getting the best deal possible would happily pay an extra $20 to $40 up front to get unlimited access to a nearby water park, even if they were unlikely to visit it. In an all-too-familiar pattern, Six Flags once again began borrowing large sums of money to finance these acquisitions, and long-term debt crossed the $2 billion mark once more. While the water park roll-up strategy helped ensure top-line growth, company profits largely stagnated under this two-park strategy as in-park spend remained flat. To alleviate investor concerns, Six Flags leadership spun a growth story to Wall Street that international licensing was this fast-emerging, high-margin, service-based, asset-light revenue stream that could quickly help pay down this growing debt. Quote, "We did a study a couple years ago that looked at our brand awareness outside the United States. Six Flags brand recognition was very, very high, even higher than Universal and Disneyland. People look at us and say that we at Six Flags have the success and expertise to open up amusement parks. We don't invest any of our own money into these deals. We're basically working with partners who have access to land and funds to build parks. We're paid for design and development. We get a set fee, and once the park is opened up, we get an ongoing revenue stream in management services and royalties generated from the park. There's no capital investment for us. We start making money on day one." The company proudly announced it had secured deals with partners in Dubai, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, and China, who had deep pockets and ambitions of their own to build tons of Six Flags parks in their countries. When something sounds too good to be true, it usually is. Like most private cross-border ventures, every single one of these partners turned out to be either extremely naive or pure snake oil salesmen. The Vietnamese partner Navi Entertainment, an offshoot of a supposed plastic glove factory, vanished overnight just months after the announcement. The Dubai partner pulled the plug on the Six Flags deal as they found out that they were already losing too much money on their existing resorts, and the Chinese partner defaulted as soon as payments were due. And while every other amusement park operator, like Cedar Park, Disney, and Universal, have all rebounded from COVID, Six Flags remains the laggard as attendance and revenue have remained below pre-pandemic levels. The pandemic, for better or worse, accelerated the once reliable, value-oriented season pass holders to critically rethink their spend with Six Flags. Under the pressures of declining attendance, $2 billion in debt, and a non-existent growth story, Six Flags canned its longtime CEO in 2022. His successor didn't mince any words, pointing the finger at the company's longtime discount strategy as the primary culprit for Six Flags' present-day struggles. Quote, "Literally, we have discounted too much, and the philosophy of filling parks was not the right strategy. At the end of it all, people did not have a good experience. It was not an experience that people were willing to pay for. We only got the discounter, and Six Flags became a cheap daycare center for teenagers during breaks and summers. We've eliminated many of our historical discounts, including free or ultra-low price tickets, and are settling on an approach that balances attendance and revenue. We have reset our strategy and operational priorities, and at a high level, we're focused on providing a premium guest experience and will charge prices that are in line with the value we deliver to our guests. We believe we have pricing power, but only if we deliver an exceptional guest experience." The average revenue per guest, both in in-park spend and admissions, skyrocketed in 2023 as going to Six Flags became a lot more expensive under the new CEO. The reality was that while Six Flags focused on spectacle to win headlines and grab attention, and season pass sales to keep the numbers up, the company completely neglected the core guest experience. Parks had become overcrowded with too many value-oriented pass holders who weren't spending, parking lots were congested as too many people had free parking, restaurants inside the park were taking up to an hour to serve their orders, concession quality had plummeted since food had mostly been given away for free to drive season pass sales, and restrooms were always dirty since the park was always at maximum capacity. Everything that wasn't a shiny new roller coaster was just old. For instance, Six Flags is just now putting in digital screens that will display the real-time waits for rides and restaurants, which is technology that Universal and Disneyland have had for years. There are several lessons from Six Flags worth reinforcing. One is that it's a mistake to interpret every dollar and every customer as a win without considering the quality of the dollar and the quality of the customer. The former CEO ignored years of internal data that showed that guests who came in on discounted tickets simply did not spend as much time and money as those that paid full price, yet took up the same park capacity. This learning is applicable even in the world of media, where outsiders and brands tend to equate every view as the same. From the lens of either a creator or an advertiser, is getting millions of views really a win if most of those views are actually from teenagers who treat the content as a commodity for them to kill time with? In the case of content, the quality of the viewer should matter more than the overall view count. Traditional business thinking teaches that losing a customer is a huge negative that should be avoided at all costs. But in practice, churn in itself can be healthy. Businesses will get better by accepting customer attrition rather than bending over backwards to get customers to stay. Discounting to keep customers paying or to get first-timers in the door is an easy way out that brings in short-term success at the expense of long-term sustainability. With discounting, brands get diluted, the core high-value users get neglected, and all the attention goes towards appeasing fickle, low-value customers. Yet discounting remains today a rampant practice across consumer and enterprise sectors as companies continue to throw everything these days: bundles, perks, and discounts just to unlock the next subscriber or to secure that upcoming renewal. In the case of Six Flags, the quality of the customer should have mattered more than the number of customers at the park. And despite 60 years of operating history, Six Flags is just now trying to quantify for the first time what the real value of its parks are to the modern consumer, all while Disney and Universal continue to raise the bar higher and higher every year. The second lesson here is that the cost to generate any $1 of revenue is just as critical as the conventional measures of margins and profits. When we look at Six Flags' top line and bottom line, it looks respectable with healthy double-digit margins and billion-dollar revenue. Given the wary reception by the public markets, Six Flags has no choice but to lean on debt over equity to maintain liquidity. And the worst part is that every capital improvement in the amusement park industry, whether in the form of ride renovations or food overhaul, will naturally be an expensive endeavor. In the case of Six Flags, debt is not a lifeline or a contingency or a growth accelerant like it is for traditional businesses. Instead, debt is like an IV bag where the steady drip of funds keeps the company alive even in non-recession fair weather climates. There is no lean methodology that can be applied to this naturally bloated and capital-intensive business. And lenders will continue to let Six Flags borrow as the company's assets, notably its land, still carry high book value. From the outside, Six Flags has a seemingly powerful moat, as no one can get into this industry, and if they do, they'll never be able to reach their scale in 100 years. But at the same time, the reality might also be that no one wants to. These days, a startup will happily boast that they've reached $5 million or $10 million in ARR, but if they also need to spend 2 to 5 times that amount to reach that milestone, their business is likely not as robust or as momentous as they're making it out to be. And the only difference here is that the startup uses equity as their runway and has no collateral to use debt. The third lesson is that despite what Wall Street says, recurring revenue does not inherently make for a better or stronger business. Subscription revenue makes a financially safer business as churn is more gradual, revenue is more predictable, and forecasts can be more sound, which are all things that only investors care about. If your product or service isn't good enough, people will still churn regardless of whether or not they're paying $10 a month or $100 upfront every year. The final lesson is that headlines never last. Six Flags put millions of dollars every year towards building the fastest, tallest, scariest rides for decades, and spent millions more on making sure everyone knew about it. The reality is that, like all splashy marketing announcements, these record-breaking rides all had relatively short-lived impact and were regarded by the public as one-time novelties. Yet the mainstream spotlight and the continuous headlines over the decades gave Six Flags leadership the false confidence that the company branding was so strong they could get away turning a blind eye towards the core guest experience. Attention is overrated, fame is fleeting, and the real value in business and in life is always from the mundane, unglamorous, quiet work behind the scenes that you never see on camera. When you're not the mouse or the wizard, you usually don't get a fairy tale ending. But for Six Flags, they'll keep getting chances to write their own, as no one else will be entering into this industry anytime soon.
Fascinating. Years of badgers, hell yeah.
Scenes today as internet antique Badger 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 celebrates 20 years of being, and a new version is released. Featuring the original cast of the animation, but motion captured, so we don't have to look at old things. The original piece, made in Flash, was seen by millions across the globe, eventually becoming a successful horror series on the Time Life channel.
We're joined today by Mr. Weeble, granddad of the internet.
Less of the granddad, if you will.
Granddad of the internet.
Fine.
20 years ago today, you made a thing.
Yes, a whole thing.
And you're very famous for making that thing.
I mean, fairly famous.
And yet some might say you stole the idea from an old 8-bit computer demo called MosesOnDope.exe.
No.
Mushroom. And that version's actually better, isn't it?
Maybe.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Let's have a look at today's newspapers, shall we?
That's just a bunch of shapes and colours.
You're just a bunch of shapes and colours. Just how deep does this badger hole go?
Beautiful. Godzilla -1 trailer, hell yeah.
Godzilla?
政府はこの情報を国民に伏せています。
誰かが貧乏口引かなきゃなんねんだよ。
みんな死んだぞ。この恥知らず。その怪物は許しちゃくれない。
ゴジラ-1。
Fuck yeah. Just looking for something to play here. The $99 computer that cost a company millions. Sure, why not?
What if I told you that back in 1999, you could pick up an entire desktop computer for $99? That's right, not $500, not $1,000, and no, not even more, just $99. Personal computers were certainly becoming more and more affordable back then, but even still, getting the lowest of the low-end machines would cost you at least a few $100s. So what on earth was going on here? Well, let me open your eyes to the eye-opener. An all-in-one internet appliance from the appropriately named NetPliance that was sold between the late 90s and early 2000s. And I've got one of them that's been sealed in its box for over 2 decades. So in today's video, we're going to open this thing up for the very first time and talk about how a simple IDE cable ended up becoming the catalyst for the death of this company's entire internet appliance business. Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. So if you don't remember internet appliances, these were basically really low-cost computers that were designed to be an easy and straightforward way to get on the internet. Although they were far more limited than full-fledged PCs, they had the upside of being a little bit cheaper. And the eye-opener wasn't just a little cheaper, it was hundreds of dollars cheaper. Because when this thing launched in November of 1999, it sold for a promotional price of $99. Now, NetPliance's strategy was to basically sell this thing for so cheap to really attract consumers and establish themselves in the internet appliance market. And it was so cheap that they actually lost money whenever they sold one. Because this thing came equipped with a 180 MHz WinChip CPU, which was an x86 compatible processor, 32 megabytes of RAM, 16 megabytes of flash storage for the operating system, and a 10-inch 800x600 LCD display. Hardware that, according to NetPliance's own admission, gave the eye-opener a manufacturing cost of $500, meaning that this company was losing $400 every time they sold one of these things. Now you're probably asking, well, how on earth was that sustainable? Well, NetPliance's business model was based on selling the eye-opener itself at a loss and then making a profit through the $21.95 per month subscription internet service that you had to pay for to actually use this thing on the internet. You could not use an existing plan with another ISP if you already had one. And remember that this $99 was a promotional price, which on the surface doesn't seem like that bad of an idea. However, it ended up backfiring on them majorly, and we'll talk about how a little bit later on in this video. But for now, let's go ahead and crack this thing open and see what $99 would have gotten you back in 1999. And just like that, there is no turning back. So, it looks like we've got some reading material in here. This first piece of paper is probably going to let you know that you have to call, you gotta call them to activate your account so you can actually get online with this thing. And it looks like if you're activated within 24 hours, you can get 5% off on a Canon Bubblejet 2010 color printer. So, yeah, a little bit too late for that now. And here, we've got a setup diagram which walks you through, taking the thing out of the box, plugging everything in, and turning it on. It's printed on a pretty decent quality piece of paper here. And right here, we've got the getting started guide. So this is going to be kind of like the manual. It looks to be 20 pages long, and this is going to walk you through things in more detail, of course. It takes you through some of the features, how to turn it off, on and off volume control, display contrast. Here's a key map of all the keys on the keyboard. Speaking of the keyboard, one of my favorite features of this thing, let's actually get this out of the box. So it looks like right here we've got the phone line, we've got the power brick over here, and we'll just go ahead and take these styrofoam pieces off. And so there's the machine itself. And here is the keyboard. Now, yes, my favorite thing about this keyboard, hands down, is that it's got a dedicated pizza key. Yeah, this would actually open up the ordering page on Papa John's website, so you're literally one keystroke away from ordering a pizza, which I find to be probably one of the coolest uses of a key on a keyboard ever. And here is the eye opener itself. We'll go ahead and remove it from its, let's find there it is. Now all we got to do is rotate the bottom stand like so, and then we stand the machine up on that, and then we rotate the display and peel off that lovely shrink wrap here, or protective plastic layering on the screen. Now you've probably already noticed that there's no mouse included with this thing, and that's because the pointing device is actually integrated on the keyboard. So on the right side of it you've got this pad that you can press up, down, left, or right, and this is how you move the mouse pointer around on the screen. And on the left side of the keyboard you've got the equivalent of your left and right mouse buttons. Now NetAppliance did sell an external mouse for this thing. It cost $19.99, so if you wanted to go that route, you could. But yeah, let's take a look at the computer itself here, or the internet appliance I should say. So on the front you've got your power button, you've got your volume slider, you've got your contrast controls, microphone, you've got indicator lights up there, and you've got your speakers on the left and right of the display, obviously. Taking a look at the port selection, you can see that with the keyboard connector here, they've actually made it semi-permanent, although it's not really permanent at all because you can remove this. They've just put this door here over the connector and you have to unscrew it, but it is a standard PS2 connector. And you've got a single USB port, you've got your printer port here, modem and all that, and you also have a cutout, interestingly enough, for like another USB port. They've even got it labeled here, but they don't actually use it for anything. And you've got your power connector here. This is how you get access to your RAM, so if you wanted to upgrade that, well, you can. But, the target audience of devices like the eye opener was probably not going to be doing that at all because, again, these were meant to be low-cost, easy-to-use machines for novice users that just wanted a simple way to browse the web, check email, do that sort of stuff. And although NetAppliance and the eye opener have long faded into obscurity nowadays, I do find it rather funny that they referred to this thing as an Internet Personal Access Device, or iPad for short. And on their website back then, I found a quote that says, "Referring to the iPad will be as common as that first eye-opening cup of coffee in the morning," which is absolutely a true statement nowadays, but just not like they intended. So, yeah, funny little coincidence there. But let's go ahead and plug this thing in, power it on, and we'll take a look at the pre-installed operating system. Alright, so we've got the eye opener set up, and for this demo portion of the video, I'm actually going to be using an entirely different eye opener model. This one right here is a later revision, and the reason I'm using it is because this one was actually used back when the eye opener service was still online. So there's a bunch of cached data on this thing that I thought would be pretty cool to go through and take a look at some of it. But we will come back to the eye opener that I just unboxed later on in the video to do some pretty cool stuff with it. So the first thing it's going to do upon boot up is let you know that it couldn't connect to the internet, so we're just going to say no here to get out of that. And that message will come up every so often. And here we are on the home screen, and you can see that we've got this nice circular menu with a bunch of different options, and we will go into each of these as we go throughout this demo portion of the video. We're going to start with Mail. Now, if you're wondering what OS the eye opener runs, it runs QNX, which is a Unix-like operating system that is stored obviously on that 16 megabyte flash module. And what's interesting is when I started going through this stuff off camera, the mail application, there's a lot of messages in here, especially in sent mail. You can see there's 353 messages, but there's also some in the mailbox itself as well, so we'll hop in there. Now, I'm not going to show you all of these, obviously, first of all, for time's sake, but also because there's a lot of personal data contained in these messages. But there are a couple of interesting ones, like this Canon email here. Take 10% off your next Canon order from the 27th of December 2001. So, judging from the dates in the email messages and in other areas on the system, I've determined that this thing was last used around early 2002. So let's open it up, and I've actually not taken a look at this. Oh, it's got to connect to the internet. Okay. So yeah, this is the connection screen that you'll see whenever it dials into the network. But you notice there that we had some news headlines going across the bottom of the screen there, so that's kind of a nice touch. Alright, so I was able to stop it from connecting to the internet. So here it is, and you can see we do have a bunch of missing images, but we've got this text here. This is kind of screwed up, the formatting of it is. Let's see if we can highlight this to read what this says. Let's see. Nope, we cannot. That's interesting. Okay, well, it says, introduce you to something that can make life easier. The Canon e-store. It's a place where you can shop 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I assume. Yeah, the formatting is like way screwed up. So you would get an extra $10 off your order of $60 or more if you shopped at the Canon e-store. And you've got some products here, the Canon S630 printer, some paper, Canon inks, and this right here looks to be from AT&T WorldNet. Now, you probably saw their logo on the home screen earlier. The reason why that's there, and the reason we've got this email in here, is, and I will go into some more details later on in the video, but when NetPliant shut down their internet service for the eye-opener, they partnered with AT&T to have them kind of take over as the ISP, at least for a short while. And this is an email letting you know that AT&T was apparently discontinuing service for the eye-opener on December 31st, 2001. But yeah, here's what the email interface looks like when you've got a message open. So we can scroll down here and you know, read the rest of this email. You've got all your information up here, from, sent to, subject, date sent, and you've got some options along the bottom. Speaking of sent, let's go into sent mail here. And this is where, like I said, most of the emails, like the 99% of the cached emails are all in this folder. Alright, well here's one from May 22nd, 2001 called Gas Prices. It was forwarded. Look at that. That is a photo of somewhere where gas was $1.59 a gallon. Oh, and okay. I just noticed the arm and a leg. Man, can you? So obviously they thought that $1.59 a gallon back then was like nuts. Which, I mean, with inflation and everything, it probably was. In today's dollars, that is $2.74. Which, yeah, I would gladly take that. Than what we're currently paying for gas. Now, I know that we can't actually connect to the internet to, you know, browse the web and stuff like that, but obviously this thing, with it being so old, it's not like we're going to be able to go to any modern websites or anything. But even back when this thing was released, there were complaints about the web browsing experience because the browser only supported HTML 3.2 at a time when HTML4 was the latest. And I saw a couple of reviews of this thing where the authors mentioned that they had trouble navigating to sites with heavy JavaScript, and there's also no Flash support either. Another big gripe is there's no external storage of any kind. So if you wanted to like fire up a word processor and write something out quickly and save it somewhere, well, tough luck. There's not even a word processor on here. And that was another thing people complained about. But to be fair to the eye-opener, it's not like this thing was really meant to be a computer replacement. Like, you're not, I mean, this wasn't designed to be like an office machine for you to do word processing and stuff on. It was just meant to be an easy gateway to the internet. But you can actually write documents on this thing and at least print them out by going into Write Mail here. So you can use the email composer as a de facto word processor of sorts. So I could just type out whatever I want and then click on the print button down here to print it out, or I could save it to my drafts to, you know, save a copy of it. So there are some ways to save files and stuff, but it is extremely limited. You cannot download files from the internet, for example, and store them somewhere. But yeah, so you got email. We'll hit the home key to go back to the main menu. You've got shopping. And look at that, it actually lays out the different categories here in sort of a mall directory floor plan design, which is kind of cool. You also got some hyperlinks down here, view directory, view stores A to Z. They just got, like, I assume all these are going to be websites, right? Like if we go to appliances here, we'll just click on that. And yeah, so you've got Sears here. We can just open up this and it should, yeah, take you to the web browser. Now, remember when I was saying that this has some cached data? Well, it's actually got some news headlines. Of course, it's going to fail to connect again, so we'll just say no. But yeah, you've got a bunch of websites that you can go to, and here's the full directory. So you've got even like, oh, look at that, Amazon.com is under kids. Oh, it's also under consumer electronics. Okay, it's probably in a few different categories here. Yeah, music and video. Oh my gosh, Circuit City, you guys remember that? Of course, we got the eye-opener site. So yeah, pretty decent selection of department stores and stuff here. Of course, they're all just links to these various websites, but it just lays it out nice visually for you. We'll go into weather here. There is some cached weather data. So here's Sunnyvale, California. It doesn't show the date when this information was pulled, but whenever it was 57 degrees Fahrenheit. It was rainy. Winds from southeast at 8 miles per hour, 93% humidity. Let's see if we hit details here. Maybe it'll give us the date. Oh, okay, here we go. 4 a.m. Pacific time, Wednesday, January 2nd, 2002. We also got Palo Alto and Santa Clara here. We'll just click on Palo Alto. And let's see if we can go to maps here. I'm curious if this will load up. Okay, today. Yep, that's gonna try to connect to the internet, which we're just gonna back out of that. So, yeah, you got some maps. And yeah, all those do exactly the same thing. And of course, it's going to error out again. But yeah, so you got weather. Next up is finance. Here's a Reuters headline from the 2nd of January 2002 at 3 p.m. Stocks trim their losses on Wednesday afternoon, lifting tech shares into positive territory as investors balance hopes for an economic rebound against nagging fears that share prices have outpaced corporate profits. There's the Dow, Nasdaq, and SMP 500. You got some headlines down here. Next up is entertainment. Let's see what we got going on here. So we've got pretty much the exact same layout here that we had in the finance browser. And that's the thing about, it's not like these are applications per se, like it's not a finance application or an entertainment application. These are just categorized websites and news headlines. So now we've got entertainment focused ones. We go back here, we go to sports, we go into that, and we'll have sports focused headlines, and you got a bunch of those.
That is SeiKirin completed. SeiTenma and SeiKirin. They roll, and that's about it. All right, let's finish this set off. Oops, sword.
Over here, but it is really neat to see all this stuff because it's like a time capsule, literally. I mean, this is some sports headline from let's see, the 2nd of January 2002 at 4 p.m. And speaking of news, we've got news, which, although it says abcnews.com here, that's actually the sponsor. So you see they have sponsored by ABC News up here, but this headline is from Reuters. And if we go back here and go into sports, it's the same thing. It's sponsored by ESPN, but these are Reuters headlines. I think all of these are. So we can go in here and yeah. And you've got your web guide, which kind of does the same thing that the shopping, I almost said application, but saying application seems kind of wrong because these are just really like websites. What the shopping option does, where it kind of categorizes various websites for you to go to. So like I click on news here, and it will display some news websites. We got health and fitness. Let's go to maybe entertainment here. So you got like the yellow pages, white pages, Ticketmaster, TV listings, all that stuff. And you just click on search the web or browse the web here too. We'll click on search the web because the search page will actually pull up here. Though we're not actually going to be able to make a search because it will try to reach out to the internet. Now you also have on your keyboard here, you've got shortcut keys to all of these options. And more. Of course, it's going to come up with a no dial tone warning again. So I can hit web guide here. I can go to the shopping area. I can go to my address book. I can go to mail. We did not have the address book option because that's within mail. I got weather. I've got news. So we are missing the entertainment and the sports news, buttons that are on the home screen here. You also have a hang up button if you wanted to quickly, get off of the internet so that somebody could use the phone. And the pizza button, if you did not believe me, will open up papajohns.com. And we can see that if we go to expand here, it will try to load papajohns.food.com, excuse me. You've also got a help option down here. If you were confused about anything, you could hop in here. They got a few different help categories. This is also where you can change preferences for things like your modem, if you had to dial a prefix for, dialing an outside line, stuff like that. We can go back to home. And you also have this tell a friend option permanently on the screen, because again, iOpener or NetAppliance was losing money on every one of these things that they sold. So they really wanted you to tell as many people as possible about this thing so that they would get more customers and have more people pay for the subscription internet plan. And that is a perfect segue into what I think is the most exciting part of this video, and that is talking about NetAppliance's major screw up with this thing. Because you would think that if their entire business model was based on selling the iOpener itself at a loss and then making a profit through this subscription service, that they would make you buy the subscription service when you purchase the iOpener. But this wasn't the case at all. So there was theoretically nothing stopping you from purchasing the iOpener for $99 and then just never signing up for the subscription service. Of course, you couldn't really use the iOpener without having the subscription service because you just couldn't do much with the existing operating system that's on here. But what if you desired to install an entirely different operating system like Windows 98 on this thing and just use that instead? And you can probably see where this is going. Only a few months after the iOpener was released, an electronics engineer named Ken Siegler discovered that it was alarmingly simple to get this thing running another operating system. All you had to do was take the iOpener apart, connect a hard drive to the unused IDE header on the motherboard, boot into the BIOS to change boot devices around, and you were good to go. With one minor caveat, the IDE header did have its pin swapped around, likely to make it more difficult to do this, so you'd have to make a crossover cable like this one. And if you didn't know how to do that, Ken was willing to sell you a $35 kit, which included the crossover cable, hard drive bracket for mounting a hard drive in here, and a PS2 splitter so you could plug both a keyboard and mouse into this thing. And once Slashdot picked up on what he was doing, well, there was no stopping what happened next. Because once people found out that these things were basically $99 Windows or Linux boxes, orders went through the roof. Some people were even purchasing more than one. And Circuit City, who was NetAppliance's main retail partner, received so many orders that entire warehouses were cleared out. Which in normal circumstances would have been great for NetAppliance, but remember that they were losing money on every single iOpener that they sold. Though surprisingly, they initially welcomed the increase in attention, believing that only a small minority of people would actually make these modifications. However, they quickly realized how wrong they were and began to try and make this process a lot more difficult. Starting out with annoying things like cutting the IDE pins on the motherboard so that you would literally have to solder a new connector in, and creating updated BIOS revisions to disable booting from other hard drives. In fact, this iOpener right here doesn't even allow you to boot into the BIOS setup utility. But people were able to find ways around this stuff, and some were successful in getting even these later revisions to install Windows or Linux just fine. What they could not get around though was the change NetAppliance made to their terms of service that, to be honest, should have been in there from the beginning for the company's own sake. By April of 2000, customers purchasing the iOpener had to agree to pay for 3 months of the internet service plan and were charged $500 for canceling before then. And this is where things go from irritating to downright illegal, because customers who had purchased iOpeners directly from NetAppliance before this change went into effect discovered that they were getting billed for the internet service even if they never signed up for it. And NetAppliance had backdated the charges to 2 days after the customer's order was shipped. So it didn't take long for the FTC to notice what they were up to and file a suit against the company. And not only did they find out about the unscrupulous billing practices, but they also discovered that NetAppliance did not provide any local access numbers for customers to dial into, meaning that you would incur long-distance phone charges every time you use the thing, unless of course you just so happen to live in the same area code as whatever number they were using. And by the way, this would happen even if you went the entire month without actually using the iOpener, as the machine would periodically connect to the internet on its own to get updated data. In their complaint, the FTC argued that NetAppliance had failed to properly disclose both the automatic billing of the internet service plan and the additional long-distance fees that customers would incur. And they also found some of NetAppliance's advertising to be deceptive, saying that the company's implication that the iOpener's internet-related features were equivalent to a regular PC was inaccurate, pointing out that users could not download files or send photos through email, among other things. So in July of 2001, NetAppliance decided to settle the charges brought against them, agreeing to pay back all customers who were illegally billed for the internet service plan and paying a $100,000 civil penalty. NetBlinds did try to make the eye-opener a little more profitable for them by quadrupling the price to $400 in mid-2000, but at that price you could just buy an e-machines or something instead, so the writing was pretty much already on the wall by that point. However, they did not just shut the entire thing down. Instead, NetBlinds formed a partnership with AT&T, whose WorldNet dial-up service took over as the ISP for existing users. This is why the unit I've been demoing here has their logo up at the top left. However, only a few months after that, NetBlinds sold off the entire service to Earthlink, who became the next ISP for eye-opener users. But that didn't really last long either, and although Earthlink is still around today, NetBlinds is not, and thus the eye-opener gradually faded into obscurity. Yeah, that is the really intriguing tale of how a bunch of hobbyists were able to outsmart this entire company, all by using an IDE cable. And it serves as a very important lesson in the world of business. If you're going to have a loss leader like this, make sure you have a surefire way of making a profit somewhere else. So yeah, that's a little history of this thing, and that is a demonstration of how you were supposed to use it. Now I'm going to swap units again. We're going to get the older model back up here, which by the way has a date on the box of April 7th, 2000, which is a couple months after all these shenanigans started going down. So we're going to crack it open. Hope all the IDE pins are there, and for the rest of this video, try to get Windows 98 running on it. Okay, so getting the eye-opener to run another operating system gets more and more difficult with each hardware revision. In total, there are 6 of them that have been documented. Mine turned out to be a V2, which meant that this process was still pretty straightforward, albeit with a little more work involved. Though it could have been much worse because this was around the time NetBlinds began cutting the pins on the IDE header. However, this seems to have been done arbitrarily because my unit had them intact. Others were not so lucky though. Now, taking apart this thing is pretty easy. You just have to take off the stand, remove some screws from the back to take off the outer plastic piece, and then remove some more screws to lift the metal shielding out of the way. And one of the first things I noticed is how large the heatsink is. It makes sense because this thing doesn't have a fan, but it drastically limits how we can fit a 2.5-inch hard drive in here. Some people took this thing to the max and upgraded the processor, replaced the heatsink with one that had a fan in it, added a beefier power supply, and cut holes in the plastic casing to make everything fit. It didn't always look the greatest, but it made for a fun project PC. I opted to keep everything simple, so I took the unit, which meant that this process was still pretty straightforward. How a bunch of hobbyists were able to outsmart this entire company all by using an IDE cable. And it serves as a very important lesson in the world of business. If you're going to have a loss leader like this, make sure you have a surefire way of making a profit somewhere else. So yeah, that's a little history of this thing, and that is a demonstration of how you were supposed to use it. Now I'm going to swap units again. We're going to get the older model back up here, which by the way has a date on the box of April 7th, 2000, which is a couple months after all these shenanigans started going down. So we're going to crack it open. Hope all the IDE pins are there, and for the rest of this video, try to get Windows 98 running on it. Okay, so getting the eye-opener to run another operating system gets more and more difficult with each hardware revision. In total, there are 6 of them that have been documented. Mine turned out to be a V2, which meant that this process was still pretty straightforward, albeit with a little more work involved. Though it could have been much worse because this was around the time NetBlinds began cutting the pins on the IDE header. However, this seems to have been done arbitrarily because my unit had them intact. Others were not so lucky though. Now, taking apart this thing is pretty easy. You just have to take off the stand, remove some screws from the back to take off the outer plastic piece, and then remove some more screws to lift the metal shielding out of the way. And one of the first things I noticed is how large the heatsink is. It makes sense because this thing doesn't have a fan, but it drastically limits how we can fit a 2.5-inch hard drive in here. Some people took this thing to the max and upgraded the processor, replaced the heatsink with one that had a fan in it, added a beefier power supply, and cut holes in the plastic casing to make everything fit. It didn't always look the greatest, but it made for a fun project PC. I opted to keep everything simple, so I took the heatsink off since it was covering the IDE header and repasted the CPU because well, the paste on this thing was over 20 years old. And I discovered that the best way I could do this without cutting a bunch of holes in this thing was to connect the hard drive up and rest it on top of the motherboard to the left of the heatsink. I had to do away with the metal shielding because it stuck out too much when I tried to screw it back down, and I also had no way of mounting the hard drive. So I just left the hard drive where it was and took the back plastic piece and screwed it back on. I know, this is a very jerry-rigged way of doing this, but it worked surprisingly well, and the hard drive being sandwiched in between the two plastic pieces was actually enough pressure to prevent it from moving around. So I set the eye-opener back up and connected a regular PS2 keyboard to it so I could press Ctrl-Alt-Escape upon boot up to enter the BIOS setup utility. And it will recognize the new drive as the primary boot device, or as this BIOS denotes it, Drive C, but it has booting from it disabled by default, and is set up to boot from Drive D, which is the internal SanDisk flash module. However, if you modify this to allow booting from the hard drive we just installed, the system will fail to boot. And this still happens even if you outright disable Drive D altogether by setting it to none in the BIOS. Now, I had already installed a copy of Windows 98 on this drive to make things easier, so there was a bootable partition on here. And this is where we get into some of the quote-unquote improvements that NetPliance made to the BIOS, as they have modified it to prevent booting from other devices, even if configured properly in the setup utility. But it turns out this was done rather hastily, as the original BIOS version and the utility used to flash it remain on the SanDisk drive. This isn't the case in later revisions, however, but it is possible to write a disk image containing these files to a drive that you then connect to the IDE header to boot from and flash the BIOS. At least on a V3 unit anyways, as that's what this guide I found was written for. And apparently, if you configure that drive manually in the BIOS with the same geometry as the internal SanDisk drive, it will be able to boot from it. In fact, I initially started to go through this process thinking that my eye-opener was a V3 before discovering otherwise. Once I confirmed that it was indeed a V2, all I had to do was set the BIOS back to factory settings, boot up into the eye-opener's operating system, and press Tab 4444 before the tutorial loaded to bring up a command line interface. From here, I navigated to App ZTest and ran QNX Flash to downgrade the BIOS to the older version. After a restart, I immediately noticed that the boot screen had changed, which was a great sign. And sure enough, when I went back into the BIOS setup utility to modify the boot order once again, Windows 98 began to boot up just fine. And it is certainly a sight to see because, oh my gosh, after going through all that troubleshooting, it's definitely exciting to get Windows 98 up and running on this thing. Now, you can probably tell that we don't have any drivers, really. We're just using all the basic stuff here. If we go into my computer, and actually I've swapped back to using the regular eye-opener keyboard because I don't have a PS2 splitter to split between a regular keyboard and mouse. And the USB port does not work. I need to have a driver installed. But honestly, we're kind of getting towards the tail end of this video as it is. I mean, this has been a pretty long episode, and I definitely want to explore this some more now that we've got Windows 98 on it. I'm thinking of doing a follow-up of, getting proper drivers installed and seeing how this thing performs. But, the thing is that we have to keep in mind with this thing is, again, there's no fan in this at all. So if you were going to do like more high CPU intensive tasks with your eye-opener running Windows 98 or Linux or whatever, you probably were going to want to modify the heatsink and, cut a hole in the back to mount a fan in there. And we might end up doing something like that, though I do really want to keep this thing intact. Although I do have that other one that I can keep intact, so this could be kind of our project eye-opener. So yeah, there's the computer specs right there, and if we go to Device Manager, you can see just how much stuff we got to get drivers for. But, I mean, just the fact that it loaded up here, and that we've got it running, I mean, that's enough of a victory for me, at least for this video. So yeah, if you guys want to see more eye-opener shenanigans, be sure to give this video a thumbs up and get subscribed and leave a comment down below. And let me know what you think about this thing. Let me know if you ever used one of these things back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and if you ever got Windows 98 or another operating system running on it, because that'd be pretty cool to hear some stories of, actual people using these things back then. But yeah, that is going to wrap it up for this episode. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you really enjoyed this one, and if you want to get early access to my future content, I do have a Patreon down below that you can check out. But either way, I just want to thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
Beautiful. Glad that has withstood the test of time. It's 20 years old though, Jesus Christ. I watched that in, I guess it was middle school. I don't know, I feel like it was actually high school when I first got exposed to it. Might have been a bit later than it actually came out. But still, one of the earliest memes. All your base predates it, I think. It's from around the same era. Okay, that's my hand parts done. It's simple to watch. I'll do that, I guess.
Before we begin, thank you very much to Hello Every Never Gonna Give You Up. This is all I'm gonna do with this song. Okay. For joining the Patreon campaign. So, for context, they want me to do the Rickroll. They pay their money. I'll do the Rickroll for a little bit, so the joke is there, but I don't get in trouble with YouTube. Also, so you guys know at home, their Patreon name when they signed up has literally filled the entire subject bar of the email that Patreon sent me to notify me of their joining. They put as much of that song in as they could fit. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. We have a lot going on. Let's get right into the news, shall we? So we're going to start the news the way we kind of start all of the news, and how we're probably going to be starting the news for a while together. This is going to be our weekly update on Missing Link Convoy. And not a whole lot this week. Takara is going to very slowly trickle out closer looks at everything to keep the hype going. But you know, we get little bursts here. So there's a brand new image set. Just kind of show you like a whole rundown of the toy. Here is the cartoon accurate, showing off a little bit of the transformation, how the matrix works, articulation range. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. And then, of course, the trailer, which, acknowledge, it's the G1 trailer, with a few little modifications here and there. But that is pretty much all we've got going on here. It's basically just a rundown of a lot of the things we've seen before, but the images are out there if you want a nice look at everything. For our current close-up, Takara has shared close-ups of some of the accessories that come with both versions of the toy. So we see the Energon axe on the left with much more translucent effect to it. Much more how like the toy versions of the Energon axe have looked. And then on the right, it's been recolored to be far more opaque and solid, so that matches the animation. Alright, so it's nice that there's a distinction between the two. There's the laser rifle, which looks almost exactly identical. At best, the toy accurate one on the left might have a little bit more gloss to it than the one on the right. But that also just might be the way that they have the cameras, have the lights. I don't think it's any real difference. But then there's the Matrix of Leadership, which is very different. Where, of course, the one on the right for the anime edition does look very much like the one from the movie and the cartoon. The one on the left matches the original Matrix toy accessory that came with eventual reissues of G1 Convoy. I will admit, well, that is a really nice touch. That's the one thing that might irks me about getting the toy accurate. I think the toy accurate is where the real nostalgia is, to look and feel like the original toy, but be like super articulated. I feel like that's the proper experience with this toy. I really wish I had a full color Matrix. Oh well, someone will make it. There'll be ways to make it. But no, it's neat that they're giving this a little bit. Oh wait, by the way, I don't know if you realize this, but in the G1 toy canon, this is actually called the Matrix of Readership. It is like the one in the cartoon that gives you this vast amount of wisdom from millions of years of Autobot leaders. This one really inspires you to become more literate and up your reading comprehension. It's actually a really educational Matrix. But you know what? We're having fun with translation mistakes. But no, it's cool. It's cool. We're still seeing these updates. All right. So, you want to see how this is all flowing? I'm actually super proud. I always try to keep like a flow of how content on this goes, about the news topics going from one to the other. Check out how smooth we do this. So, while we're talking about Optimus Prime, we gotta look at a new one from Takara, and this is going to be basically an example of what they're doing with Earthspark. In Japan, Earthspark is going to get the old school Takara treatment, where the colors are going to be more accurate to the show. There's going to be adjustments to the paint apps. There's going to be more paint apps. It's actually pretty cool to see. So yeah, Optimus here, this is like the gimmick spin around one. And you can even see just from things like the ghost emblems on the chest and the brighter face, they've actually gone the extra mile in trying to liven up the color schemes on these guys. Now, to really see it, you're going to have to do, like, Photoshop edits one-to-one, like, look at the left, look at the right. But this, like, even here, like, you can see a lot of little touches and differences on the Deluxe Optimus Prime. And this is going across the board. You know, we got Megatron and Bumblebee. They're doing all the Deluxes, which is good. I'm, like, really looking forward to seeing some of those Deluxes and get, like, a nicer color scheme. But even, like, the Flip Changers are getting premium decos. They're actually, like, going for it, which is really cool to see. So, yeah, if you want a taste of, like, old school Takara when they were doing the paint better than Hasbro, it looks like you're actually going to get a chance with Earthspark. That's actually pretty encouraging and frustrating, because now I'm going to have to sell my US toys to get these if they come out good enough. We will see upon release. But, you know, as long as we're talking about new Takara releases, we can go right into a leaked image for a Masterpiece Ratchet, which is potato quality, and I can't do anything about that. But it's a Masterpiece Ratchet based on how he looked in Dark of the Moon. So if you like that brighter green Ratchet from the later movie, you know, later movies, probably not the mid movies at this point.
I have Mickey Palace is all
that is, it looks like that might be on the way. And, you know, I like a bright green Transformer, so you never know. Well, I do know. I'm not getting it. But I know someone out there who will. But that is not the only repaint that Takara is up to. We got an in-hand shot of their brand new Scorponok from the Beast Wars Again line. I like that these are starting to get in hand. I just put down... I was putting these off for a while because I thought like my budget was going to be a lot tighter in the next few months, and I would have to skip on things like this. But that's not happening. Things have eased up. Thank you again to my Patreon. You guys mean the world to me. But no, like this is looking nice. This is looking nice. I had to go back and actually make sure that Scorponok's head was a darker shade in the cartoon. It is. It's weird because he's usually inside. So it's actually hard to get like a shot of him where like you can tell the colors differences. But it's looking good. Like, it's looking good all the way around. Let's get a Scorpion mode. How's the Scorpion mode look? You didn't transform him into Scorpion mode. Yeah, congratulations. But still, these are looking really, really nice. And, yeah, I guess I'm looking forward to them. And look forward to my Kingdom ones showing up on eBay as they come out. But, you know, as long as we're talking about the Beast Wars, and Beast Wars again, we can roll right into the next topic, because we have another leaked image, this one a little bit better, of what is presumably, for now, the final 2-pack that they will be releasing for Beast Wars again, finishing off the Season 1 cast with Airraiser and Inferno, and both of them looking really, really nice. So, I will admit, on some of these, I kind of look at them and go, I can't really tell what's different. I don't know exactly what you changed here. But the more I look at these, like Airraiser looks phenomenal. I can see the differences in Airraiser. Even some of the things like I can't see the difference in Inferno as well. These big swashes of purple paint on his back that are gone now. This seems like it's going to be really exciting to see all 7 Maximals and all 7 Predacons together in these like super nice color schemes and paint jobs. I am looking forward to someone having all of them in hand. Or having them myself.
It's supposed to be a thing.
Most likely, we'll see. These are dated for the 7th, so give it a few more days. We'll probably see like a full official release for this. But we can keep talking about Inferno because we have a behind the scenes on the upcoming Voyager Antagony from the Generation Selects line. Now, the behind the scenes are generally just kind of fluff marketing describing the toy and trying to hype it up. But every now and then there's a few takeaways that are important. There are 2 takeaways from this that I want everyone to be aware of. The first one is that the scavenger head that comes with Antagony is compatible with Inferno's mold as well. And by that, they also made sure that there are paint apps on the scavenger head that match paint apps on Inferno. And likewise for Antagony. So the head can work with either mold and look really, really nice, which is really appreciated. I actually really like that they thought to do that. The other takeaway to this is we found out why there were Transmetal homages in some of the previous releases in Kingdom. Most notably things like the scavenger details inside Inferno and the buzzsaw weapon with Tarantulas. Apparently there was some like potential backdooring of some Transmetal retools of these at some point that they wanted to keep that as an open option, which didn't happen. And from the looks of it, like the way they're talking about Transmetals now, we might actually just be getting dedicated new mold figures for the Transmetals, which would be fantastic. So I'm kind of glad they didn't go that direction. We're going in this one.
You can do
this one actually looks pretty nice.
I'm not going to show off the articulation.
So I will admit, I'm kind of like looking forward to Antagony, based solely on that scavenger head.
Combine these into Dairenoh.
It is cool that such an obscure character is getting another go around. But as long as we're talking about the bugs, we can hop over to the behind the scenes. We can hop over to the Rise of the Beast and talk about Scourge and Scorponok's concept art. So we saw what the final version of the toy looked like, and it kind of has the same issues that a lot of these have going on, where the head just floating way above the body, and it looks super awkward. But like he's not bad. Like the scorpion details actually kind of lend themselves to the armor, so this is actually not terrible. But look how cool the original concept was. I hate that the like concept of all this artwork has so much better integration, and it doesn't look super weird or like the armor is just kind of floating above where it's supposed to sit down on the body. I really wish it was closer to this. I'll take what we got, because admittedly the gimmick is kind of fun, but this, I wish we got this. This looks so cool. Well, I'm sure this is good enough, right? I'm sure this is... it's a little disappointing. And speaking of Rise of the Beast disappointment, it has officially ended its box office run as the lowest earning Transformers live-action film to date. So, ultimately, worldwide, it took in $438 million, which is just below Bumblebee's $467. Keep in mind, the budget for Rise of the Beast was way higher than it was for Bumblebee, so that number is actually worse by comparison. I want you to keep in mind, the last night was $250 million to make, and their $605 million takeaway was considered a disappointment. That movie was considered a failure once you factored in marketing and what the previous movies did that these failed to do. It is concerning to see that, now you say that you see the budget for the movies and go, well, they still made more than the budget. Advertising is generally not included in that budget, so you need to account for that. Also, you can make the argument of like, well, that's not accounting in toy sales. They made a lot on toys. The movie studio didn't make that much on the toys. That's Hasbro making that money mostly. So if you want to see future Transformers movies, buying the toys doesn't really account for that. Hasbro walks away from this fine. It's Paramount that doesn't, and that's the issue. So more concerning is that it is showing a continued decline. You know, they tried to go back to form with a big budget blockbuster, and it failed. It didn't do as well as the solo Bumblebee movie that was filmed on a far lower budget, which is probably going to give them pause for how to approach Transformers from here on out. We'll still likely get Transformers 1, but due to the writer's strike, they're probably gonna sit and stew on what, like, Transformers 8 is actually going to look like. You know, so fingers crossed that they figure it out, because I don't want this franchise to go away. The movies mean a lot of really nice toys for us, and I don't just mean movie-based ones. I mean, the movies fund all the really nice generation stuff we like. We will see, but they definitely need a shake-up, I think. Alright, but if you want a little bit more live-action Transformers love, we can go into some of the higher-end collectibles. So, Killer Body's Dark of the Moon Scalpel is out and in hands now. This is looking like spot on how it looked in the movie. Like scary accurate. Like, could be like a tiny little thing repairing your head. Kind of accurate. Yeah, super spindly, lots of articulation. Like, over 30 points of articulation, this tiny little guy. Not terribly tiny. There he is next to Masterpiece Jazz, so it gives you some kind of perspective. You can see it behind with the keyboard too. It's got some decent size to it. Like, it's probably like close to like scale. It's probably close to scale for how big it would be if you were the size of a Transformer. Yeah, this is exclusively in China. We don't know if there's any international release planned for it, but if you really like your movie Scalpel, there's a very high-end version of it out there for you. But if you'd like something else high-end, middle of the road, but still high-end, 3 zeros, Rodimus Prime is in box, in hand, and this thing looks absolutely gorgeous. And I now, from experience, thank you to everyone who uses my throne as well. That is also super cool of you. The MDLX, I can now say, yeah, these are really, really good action figures with a lot of really, really good stuff going on. And the Rodimus looks absolutely incredible. The level of paint and detail on this thing is insanity. Yeah, it just looks so freaking good. I usually don't like hyper-stylized takes on Rodimus Prime. I kind of like his normal form. But this is hitting me in just the right way. This is hitting me the right way. I'm actually kind of into this. Yeah, and let's see. Can he do the thing? Can you do the thing? There he is with Optimus. There's the thing! He can do the thing! I'm looking forward to this. Now that I actually know how good those are, I'm probably just going to buy that one up myself. Now, if you want something else high-end to show off how much you're capable of spending on Transformers, Unix Square, not Square Enix, Unix Square, is releasing this bust of Optimus Prime. No real details on it yet. All we have is just this final proof prototype. It is partially articulated. The head especially seems like it can move around. Looks like the torso can move around as well. And it will feature LEDs. I don't know if they're in the eyes, the chest, or anything. Like, that has not been mentioned yet. But if you essentially want what is a third of an action figure to sit on your desk and just be like a little cool Optimus Prime bust thing, you can have that now. Well, not yet. Not yet. You can't have it yet, but it's on the way. Also on the way, we've talked about her many times. If you want something pretty, Transformers, on your desk, you can also go the Kotobu Kiya route with their Bishojo line. Now, we've talked Starscream and these plenty. Seems like every week we have something new detail coming out. But this one we have to talk about in particular because, so, they announced that the first run of these things is going to have an exclusive face if you buy it from the right spot. So you can't swap Starscream's head for a different expression, and that's the expression. No, it's a little before. You need a close up. There you go. There you go. I feel like this is my expression right before someone in one of my D&D groups announced they're going to do something extremely dumb.
Alright, let's do this.
I don't know what it's going for. I don't know what's going for. It's just a really awkward face.
Not going for
And
show accuracy.
trying to add, like, some kind of context to it with the Megatron statue is not helping. It's weird. It's just a really weird idea for an expression. But, you know what? Okay, fine. The last time they switched expressions was for a repaint, so I guess, hey, if you got an alternate head option, it's not bad. Okay, so we're entering the weird news of the week section of News Roundup, which means the flow ends here. I'm happy I kept it going this far. It's like chaining an air combo in Tekken. I will juggle you. I will juggle you for now, but eventually I have to let you hit the ground. So, James Roberts, which we love because, yeah, he's behind some of the best comic books we ever had. Don't at me. He's going to be working on a book that covers pre-internet Transformers fandom and zines, which is really interesting because that's a lot of untapped history that no one really talks about. Like how the fandom formed before we had the internet. Because remember, the first BotCon was mid-90s, before we had like a common internet that everybody was on. So how did you get enough people, how did you get hundreds of Transformer fans together to actually show up in one place in the country in order to just have Transformers as a whole convention? So obviously it happened. There's something there. So yeah, I'm actually kind of curious about this. It's, and admittedly, it's not something that it's not something that I actually ever looked into before, so this would be cool. He is currently researching and collaborating, so his email address is there. Well, an email address is there. If anyone contributed to a Transformer fanzine published in the 2000s, published in the 20th century. That's the correct phrasing for this. He's made a contact available to help with the book. So, just in case you're out there. For other artwork, we have a nice new piece of art print by Luke Priest, looking like a really, really cool G1 Megatron. I look at the direction of the arm and the arm cannon, and I wonder if the perspective is correct on that. But we'll let it go because it looks super cool. And again, it's another piece of art that you can get. It's being sold at More Art. The homepage is linked here. It's $50 for a print of 120, $57 for a print of 75. So if that is the kind of thing, there's the limited one. So if the rare art is your thing, it's available. And we're going to finish off with a little bit of fast food toy news, because if you go to a Sonic drive-thru in September, you can get these little Earthspark spoon characters. So if you ever wanted to dig through your morning cereal with Megatron's body, you can do that. And the fun part is that in order to actually get the spoon out of these things, you actually have to rip the head off, which is an interesting choice for an action feature, especially if you are talking about characters who are supposed to be heroic. I don't know. It's actually weird to me that Transformers is such a huge brand, and like one of the biggest toy brands ever. And yet when they do promotions like this, when they do like fast food promotions, it's always some like second or third level fast food chains. Now, like, you don't see like McDonald's Happy Meal Transformer toys anymore. No, Sonic Drive-In, which I don't even think we have a Sonic Drive-In around me. But there you go. That's your news for the week. You are now caught up, and you are ready to face another week of news coming in. But thank you guys for watching. Hope you're caught up. Hope you found something here you enjoyed. So, hopefully, I will see you next time.
I'm like, I think you guys got this. I will back away, and I will see you all there.
You've got this handled.
Alafi's like, really? You're not gonna help me? Like, it's fine now.
It's like these disgusting creatures breathing down my neck, and you're all just like, I believe in you. You got this. That
all right,
burn.
you seem to have this.
It's not gonna come out cleanly, is it? you here. Get that aligned. Next one, I actually go in. Never mind. All right, so that goes there. Head down. That clips there. All right, it has to go on the arm like that. So this is the stock, replicating the original transformation. Just vanilla. I mean, it certainly works. Articulation's a bit limited. You've still got the you've got elbows. You do not have knees in this formation. Ankles. This is close to deluxe art level articulation, but you can do some stuff. Why does it want you to raise this up? Let's see what the merit to that is. I want to attach the sword to the hip. Is Dairenoh. Just for scale comparison, here it is with Daijujin. It's about a head taller, head and a half. I would bring out something else to show you with, but my stuff is still in storage. I tried to find Muteki Shogun or Kakure Dai Shogun before the stream. I could not find them. They're in some box somewhere. I've still got to unpack all my kits and all my transformers, so I'll get to that. Better pictures will be on my post. But let's demonstrate how to get this guy into articulated mode. So for the legs, you can fold that into there to access the knee. And then you will was filled up one day. I think that's where those go. And then this can form. Okay, that goes there. It's already attached. No, it's not. It's going to have to be attached. Damn it. It's going to be attached from the back. Stay attached. Okay, and then that can fold down. That raises the knees. Okay, the head should be good. Use the closed fists on Ryuseo's hands. Oh, I got the arms backwards. That goes up there. That there, okay. So joint you're supposed to raise. Oh. Yes, it wants you to raise the shoulders somehow. Oh, I guess it does do that. Oh, interesting. Oop. Not too far, I guess. Oh, I see. Okay, it's the hole. That's interesting. That's a neat feature. Okay, that comes up. Missing, don't look like it. Okay. And there is Dairenoh in slightly more articulated form. You know, slightly. Still gotta think about what you're doing, but you can get some work out of this guy. That's not a very good pose, but just a pose to see what I could do with the articulation. You can give him the sword. I understand the limitations of making this thing, but I could have done it a little bit better. Still, it's good to have. So I have to think about how I want to go about this going forward. Let's just take a static picture next to your precursor here, and then I'll call it a night. All right. So yeah, that was Dairenoh. I'm gonna take pictures. I'll do more pictures when I get the chance to. Just like actually get some good pictures when it's not 2 a.m. And I've got more stuff to compare it with, and just do more poses and stuff. Eventually they'll go up where if you know where to look, you know where to look. Come back on Friday for, I don't know, or Saturday, whatever day, I don't know. I'll do another stream. I do need to start the Geno Breaker that's behind me. You can't see it from this angle, but it's there. I need to start the Zoids Geno Breaker, and then after that, who knows? I don't know, I've got lots of stuff to choose from. I've got the Gundam for Thorn, some Super Robo War stuff, my Firebird and Dagwan, second robots from those series. So yeah, stuff to do. But thank you all for coming out. I will be back either Friday or Saturday or eventually. Until then, have a great night.